Hi, I'm Lizzie and I'm really excited to be sharing some simple vegan dishes with you here this afternoon. It's great being part of the Health and Wellbeing Fair here at Malvern Town Council, so hope you enjoy. I've got a wonderful box of vegetables here, which was part of a delivery from my organic veg box this week, and it's just lovely now that spring is progressing and more things are coming into season. The ideas this afternoon are interchangeable, so you can use them with autumn ingredients, winter ingredients, so hope it just gives you a little bit of inspiration. So I'm going to start with a bolognese type of dish using pois lentils. So I have got some ingredients for that. And they'll be on the screen shortly, but as you can see, it's very interchangeable, so you can just really use what's in your fridge. And what I'm hoping to show you doing the two dishes here is how you can use half the vegetables in one dish and use half the vegetables in a completely different dish, so it's like the same ideas. So let's get started. We'll start with an onion, as most things usually do. I've got a red one today, so what I'm going to do is cut the onion in half, part way through the stem and the root, leaving the root on because that will help me chop and then also hopefully stop the tears. So using a knife of choice, cut your onion in half, make a little nick in the stem end, and that will make it easier to get rid of that papery skin. And with your skins, you can save them to make stock, you can compost. So just get rid of the outer skin. Sometimes you've got to take a little bit of the next layer off as well. So this is a red one, nice and sweet. You can use white, you can use half an onion, and for those who don't eat onion at all, the dish will work without. So very flexible. Right then, so your hands go each side and your knife goes through the middle, using those natural lines as a guide, all the way down, and as we're needing it finely chopped here, we go across like this, and then we just rock the knife slowly and carefully all the way up to the root. This is where the chemical is that makes you cry, so if you leave it on until the end, it should help with the tears. So a small onion, half a large onion, your preference. Right then, so that's our onion ready. Now we're going to add some more finely chopped vegetables. I often find that people who cook, say, a meat mince, just do mince and onion. You know, no vegetables in it, and as you can see here, a beautiful colourful rainbow of vegetables. It's really variety and the benefit for health too. Now you might not want to use the whole pepper, I'll use the rest of it in the next dish. So you make your cuts round the sides, leaving the seeds in the middle there, and that helps the pepper to stay fresh in the fridge, so no need for plastic or anything like that. You can just store that in the salad drawer in the fridge and pull it out for another dish, maybe some slices to go with a sandwich at lunchtime or fajitas. So we'll pop that there because we'll be using that in a minute. And I'm just going to cut this pepper into strips. And then I'm going to go along the strip so it's roughly the same size as the onion. Because if things are the same size, they're all going to cook at the same sort of time. So peppers are Right, so let's get back to vegetable chopping. So we've got some finely chopped onion and some finely chopped pepper, so it's all the same sort of size. I'm going to pop this into the pan because it will cook at roughly the same time. Now, sometimes when people are doing quick meals, they don't allow enough time for this to start cooking. So pop the heat on and a little bit of oil. If you don't like cooking with oil, you can always cook these in a little bit of water. But I've got some of our local Herefordshire rapeseed oil here, which is really nice. So you can use rapeseed or you can use olive oil. So we'll let that just come to the heat, and that will start cooking. So other vegetables that you could add mushrooms if you like them. With the mushrooms, they need to be finely chopped like this, so that they're going to cook at the same sort of time. So cooking the vegetables until they're nice and caramelised in a little bit of rapeseed oil. So with the slices of mushroom here, if you just cut across them so that they're roughly chopped the same size as the onion and pepper. So mushrooms, again, different sorts of vitamins. If you leave your mushrooms out in the sunlight, they absorb all the vitamin D from the sunshine as well. So another way of getting another nutrient. So in here I've got onion, peppers and mushrooms, but you might go for different things. I'm going to go for some carrots, but rather than having the cubes of carrot, which might take a while to cook, I've actually grated some. So this is 1 carrot, so you could have grated carrot, grated sweet potato, parsnip, courgettes if you've got a lot of courgette. So that's grated, so it'll cook down nice and quickly. Because it's a bolognese version, I'll add some garlic. If I was doing cottage pie, then you could leave it out, but obviously garlic is really, really tasty. With garlic, a big knife, you crush it under the blade of your knife. If you use a smaller knife, it goes underneath your board. Press down, and that crushes it enough to be able to peel away all the papery skin. And then you can crush it or just roughly chop with your knife. So that will go in with the carrots because I don't want that garlic to burn. So whilst the vegetables are doing, we've got our tin of tomatoes. Obviously when fresh tomatoes are in season, you can use fresh or passata. So we've got a nice tin of chopped tomatoes there, and a little bit of tomato puree to help thicken and bring it along. And we've got our lentils. These are cooked, they're just in a jar to look fancy for the demonstration. These are nice little green or pois lentils, and they're really, really quick actually. So if you were doing this in real time at home, you'd have another pan on the hob and boil these up just in boiling water and leave them to simmer for 15 minutes and then pop them into the dish. So really, really quick. So this is 100 grams of dry, which gives you about 200 of cooked. You can buy them pre-cooked in pouches, but it's really, really easy to get the dry ones and do your own. If you cook a few extra, you can put a few in the freezer to pull out for another dish. So if you don't fancy using pois lentil, you might go for another healthy choice, soya mince. So you can get soya mince locally in the Brantub and Greenlink, and also in supermarkets. It's free flow. And it's got the texture of meat without obviously being meat. And for those of you who are, you know, thinking about it not eating meat for different reasons, be it care for animals, your health, or thinking about the planet, it's a nice alternative to try. So pois lentil or soya mince of your choice. So the smells delicious. It's a shame we haven't got smell on this film as well. So the vegetables are looking beautifully caramelised, and this 5 to 10 minutes at the beginning is really, really important because that's what gives flavour to the dish. So we'll pop in the carrot and the garlic and just cook that for a couple of minutes to get rid of the raw garlic taste. And this is a lovely mixture just as it is. You know, with the tomatoes, without the lentils. The mushrooms give it a lot of body too. Works without mushrooms if you don't like them. I can just hear somebody in the background saying, I don't like mushrooms. Right, so in go the tomatoes, and then you can take your tin to the tap and just fill it up. So I use that instead of a measuring jug at home. And then you can put a small amount of liquid in and then adjust it when you've got your lentils. So we'll pop the lentils in there and see how it looks. How much sauce you have in a dish like this will really depend on what you're going to do with it. If you're going to serve it with spaghetti, you probably want a drier sauce, whereas if you're going to turn it into cottage pie, you want a little bit more liquid. Right, so we'll add a little bit more liquid to help it simmer away, and just a little squidge of tomato puree to help it along too. You could use passata if you don't like the texture of chopped tomatoes. There we go. Some oregano or some dried Italian herbs, and a little bit of salt and pepper. So again, the salt and pepper would be to taste. Now, if you're going to use vegetable stock, you might not also need the salt. You might use something like Marmite if you wanted a sort of darker colour for a cottage pie. And for sweetness, a little bit of balsamic vinegar. People often add different things to this sort of base. You know, if you've got a little bit of red wine left, something like tamari or soy sauce gives a lovely flavour. Sometimes I use miso instead of yeast extract. So those kind of elements are again very, very flexible. So that is looking lovely. So that's going to simmer away over here while we get on with the next dish. So lots of delicious meals ready in real time. So I'm going to leave the heat on because I want quite a little bit of heat here for the roasted vegetables. Now, of course, you can roast vegetables in the oven, but doing it on the hob saves a lot of energy. And also, if you're cooking for one, it's very easy, you know, to just do a smaller portion. Right, well, we'll finish the rest of this pepper then. So we'll make a cut there and a cut there and do some nice chunky pieces. And that can go into the pan and start charring. We'll add a little bit of oil to start it off. And again, if you're not wanting to use too much oil, a splash of water will do the job. And a nice heavy pan, you find you don't need very much oil at all. Right, maybe a little bit of this orange pepper then for colour. Let's see if we can build a lovely rainbow here. So as you can see, I'm cutting my vegetables at an angle. Jaunty angle is an official term at our Lizzie. So as well as ideas like this, sort of meals in minutes and quick and easy ideas, I do a variety of different courses, particularly something like Thai. You know, it's really interesting to have vegetables cut in different ways. It just creates a little bit more interest. But if you don't like big bits, then do little bits. Right, so that's some nice pepper there. I've got some gorgeous chard that came this week. I actually have an organic vegetable box delivered every week. And I know during lockdown, lots of businesses have been offering deliveries locally. And it's really, really good because you can get things from local farms and you know, everything's fresh, and it's lovely having the variety every week. And for me, being locally grown and organic, it's just lovely to celebrate the seasons. You're really in touch with what's available. So I do urge you, if you don't already, to try shopping like that. And also, if you go to the vegetable shop or a supermarket, it's just nice to try different things each week. You know, don't just go to the same. Really, we should be eating a wide variety of vegetables. It's very, very easy to just go for the same ones. But you know, I do encourage you to try different ones. And if you don't like them sort of big and chunky, it's a little bit like the carrot in this mince dish. Grate them, disguise them, blitz them, you know, just have them in different ways. Right, so we've got some spring onion here as well, so we'll pop some of that in. If I was going to do some of the carrot in this dish, or sometimes parsnip, then I would just start it off in a little bit of water first with the lid, just to make sure it's cooked, and then go with my oil. Courgettes will work nicely when they're in season 2. This lovely red cabbage, which, I mean, it's just so wonderful having something like red cabbage in the fridge because it just keeps on giving. Delicious raw. And we've got asparagus finally. Right, take a couple of those. Right then, so we'll just pop the cabbage in. Start building that up, and the harder pieces of the chard. This rainbow chard is gorgeous. Right, with your asparagus, you can actually eat it raw if you want to. So it doesn't need to be blanched or anything first, and you can just go all the way up. And if the end of the stem is very, very woody, then save it for soup. But if not, just shave it finely and pop that in as well. You can sort of feel where the woodiness appears. And if you're not going to be making asparagus soup straight away, just get all the pieces and pop them into a little pot in the freezer, and then you can just pull them out when you're ready to do a soup and put them in. Right, so asparagus there. I bet you're thinking, gosh, she said cooking for one. How many are we feeding here? Well, I'm just sort of doing a portion, but hopefully you'll get the idea. Now, a dish like this would keep in the fridge. So if you've got some roasted vegetables like this, you can have them one day and then save a portion for the next day. They're lovely, obviously, with things like pastas. But they work really, really well with different grains, and I would urge you to try all the different grains that are available. You've got things like couscous, bulgur wheat, quinoa, millet, buckwheat, freekeh. There's all sorts, and again, we're really, really lucky having the local health food shops where you can go and try something different. So roasted vegetables with pasta, roasted vegetables with the grain, roasted vegetables just as they are, maybe with some bread. So for protein then, we're going to pop a few beans in. So again, I've rinsed these and just brought half a tin with me. These are the gorgeous little cannellini beans. So they use a lot in Italian cookery, so it's a lovely long bean. which gives a lovely texture. Butter beans work well. You could use some chickpeas, you know, anything goes. Maybe some slices of veggie sausage or some tofu going in there. Very, very flexible. So we'll just mix those in. So that was half a tin. So the other half a tin is sitting in my fridge, and I'll probably use it in the next couple of days. But if I wasn't going to, I'd put them in a bag in the freezer and then just pull them out and pop them into other dishes, or maybe make a little bit of pate. So it's all about using your fridge and your freezer like a store cupboard. So you've got little bits and pieces of things ready to pull out. So that can have some salt and pepper as well. And then some herbs or pesto. So at the moment it's wild garlic season. So I've actually picked up some wild garlic out of my garden where it's taken over this year. But if you're out and about, particularly this weekend as we're filming, May weekend, you'll see it in the hills, waterways, different parts of the countryside. So a few leaves from each plant is great. And then you just give them a good wash and dry them off. If you're going to use them straight away, they don't need to be completely dry. You can just, you know, start blitzing. So all I've actually done here is mix some wild garlic leaves with some walnuts to make a rough pesto. It's quite a dry pesto. I haven't actually bothered putting oil in because I'm going to use it straight away, and there's already oil in the pan. The nice thing about making your own dips and things like that is you can control what goes in there in terms of oil and salt and things like that. If you're just going to use some chopped herbs and not something like a pesto where you've already got that garlicky feel, then you'd maybe smash a clove of ordinary garlic and pop that through as well. This works really, really well with chili and lemon. So it, again, Mexican spices. It's a very, very flexible dish, and that is done. Can we see it, I wonder? Shall I pop it here? Is that all right? So it's looking really, really colourful, and you can see there, if I just put the spoon, that's a good 2 portions for a meal. And you know, with some nice bread or a grain or a little bit of pasta, that would be delicious, even with some new potatoes sliced. And then our lovely mince dish has thickened up beautifully. That is looking really good, lovely and thick and ready to eat. So that could be served as a bolognese with pasta. It could be with sheets of lasagna and baked into the oven. It could have some chili flake and some kidney beans or black beans through it and make a chili. You could top it with mashed potato and make a cottage pie. If you're thinking of cottage pie, again, it's really good to go back to your veg box. You know, so rather than using the humble potato, you could use some cauliflower and mash that. You could use parsnip, in the winter swede, celeriac, all really, really good healthy toppings. If you're not sure if you like a whole parsnip top, then mix it with potatoes. So really, really good to think about different ways of getting different vegetables into your diet. So I hope that's given you a few ideas. As I say, I love to inspire people. I think the ingredients have been flashing through the presentation, but I will actually take some nice photographs of this and pop the recipes on my blog, on my website. So it's ourlizzie.com. And you can have a look there. There are some other recipes on my website, including the method for the wild garlic pesto. So you can have a look on my website on the recipe section and see how to do that. And if you're interested, have a look at the different courses that will be available. Hopefully be starting up at the end of this month again. So 2 ideas using very similar vegetables, but both looking really, really different. Now at this point we'd usually say, has anybody got any questions? I don't know if anybody's typed any in, but sometimes people ask how many does it serve, and I always say to people, when you think of portion control, you really have to think about what you're doing. If you're sitting at your desk a lot and not moving as much, then you perhaps need to eat a little bit less than somebody who's got a really active job. And also it depends what you're serving it with in terms of carbohydrates. With this topped with mashed potato, you know, you could get 4 or 5 servings, you know, as a bolognese with just a, you know, a healthy portion of pasta, it could be 3. And the same here, this would stretch. Something like this, depending on the vegetables you use, can be eaten hot or cold. So if you're coming to the next day and you think, oh, pat lunch, you know, pop it into a pita bread and do something like that. So not everything needs to necessarily be eaten all in one go. It can sit into the fridge when you need it. So yeah, so that's something some people ask. Obviously this is fresh, but this would freeze, so you could eat some of this and then freeze it. What I often do with a bolognese type mix like this is have half as bolognese and then put some black kidney beans or some kidney beans or aduki beans and some chilli in the other half and turn it into a chilli. So one thing can become lots of different things. So that's, you know, it's often really useful because then it doesn't feel like you're eating the same thing on consecutive days. And again, I would keep things in the fridge. So you might have something like this one day, something like this another day, then a third day, and then go back to this. Lovely, you know, vegetable-based dishes like this keep really well. They're perfect to be reheated. You know, 0 cholesterol, good healthy fats from the walnuts in this one and the rapeseed oil in this one. So really healthy choice. So whatever your diet, I hope you enjoy perhaps trying out these recipes and putting your own twist on. Let me know perhaps in the YouTube comments, you know, if you've changed the recipe or pop something different in there. And you know, just have a go and cook for yourself. So all of this has been done in less than time. So you know, I urge you to give it a go, especially, you know, busy at work, get cooking. Thanks for listening.
Hi, I'm Angela and I'm a registered nutritional therapist. I advise people on the nutrients, mostly from foods, to include in their diet to benefit their health. Most of the clients I see want help with an illness or long-term condition. They just want to feel better. As a nutritional therapist, I understand how and why certain foods have positive or negative effects on the body. Foods do lots of positive things, but also I tell people which foods to avoid if they're aggravating them, or if those foods typically have a negative effect on certain health issues or symptoms. I see clients of all ages with a range of diagnosed health issues like anxiety, depression, IBS, skin problems like eczema or acne. Some clients have autoimmune conditions, and I specialise in things like celiac disease and gluten-free diets. In my 15 minutes today, I want to talk to you about the benefit of including herbs and spices in your diet, especially fresh herbs and fresh spices. Plants contain thousands of compounds. Well-known ones include, your minerals and vitamins, fibre, your complex carbohydrates, your proteins and fats. They also include something called phytonutrients. Those are responsible for the really lovely colours and smells and tastes of plants. These phytonutrients are the plant's protection. They also work in a similar way in us as a protection. And if you eat those foods organically, if they've not been sprayed to help them be protected, they produce more of those phytonutrients to protect themselves. And herbs that I'm going to go through today are absolutely full of those phytonutrients. So let's start with something like coriander. This herb is a herb and a spice. So if we can see that one on the other camera, there we are. So that's the herb there. So it's a really, really versatile herb that you can use, and it's full of flavour. Actually packed with antioxidants, including the flavonoid quercetin, and that's really good if you have allergies. So the little seeds, they also, the plant and the seeds contain limonene, and sometimes the seeds can have a really lovely lemony smell if they're quite fresh. So the coriander, it can help settle digestive complaints, it's an antioxidant. It can promote detoxification of heavy metals and toxins in your body, and it's also an antibacterial. The little seeds of the coriander plant are anti-inflammatory. They can help soothe things like IBS, so any kind of bloating or wind and that kind of thing, and they can also ease constipation. They also have been used to reduce the bad type of cholesterol as well in your blood. So you can use the fresh herb in salads, you can use it in sandwiches, you can sprinkle it on your Mexican food or your Indian style foods because it goes really well with those spices. Goes really well with something like avocado and lime. And the other thing with using lime or orange or lemon with your herbs is that any iron in your fresh herbs will be absorbed much better with the vitamin C from your lime. Okay, so also the seeds, they can be used to make a tea. You can crush the little seeds, use them as a rub on meat, and you can use the whole seeds while you cook rice. You can also put them in your pepper grinder and grind them on your food with pepper, just to get more into your diet. You can use them in soups, you can roast eggs, you can do all that kind of thing with the seeds. So that's coriander, a quick tour. Okay, so the next herb I want to talk to you about is basil. And all of these herbs you can get in your supermarkets now, you can grow them yourself. But the basil is an excellent source of vitamin K. Can you see that on the other camera? There we go. So that's a really good shot of the basil there. It's a really good source of vitamin K, like I said, and that's needed in the blood and for your bone health, that vitamin K. In smaller amounts in basil, you can get copper, manganese, calcium, vitamin C, vitamin A, and that's through beta-carotene, the kind of plant form of vitamin A, folate, iron, magnesium. So it's full of vitamins and minerals. Again, it's got polyphenols, so it's high in flavonoids and volatile oils. It's an antioxidant. It's an antibacterial. And there's lots of studies now with basil, using basil oil in particular, and how it can kill different strains of bacteria. And there's also been some studies on how it protects your DNA. So it has anti-inflammatory properties too. It contains nutrients needed for good cardiovascular health. So to get more of this into your diet, you could add it to your foods like tomatoes, your Italian dishes. You could chop it and use on top of pasta, salads, and we know it's really good with mozzarella, olive oil, pop it in sandwiches and soups. You could use it, put it into olive oil and infuse the oil and then use the oil on your foods as well. You could make a pesto with it too, so you could put it into a whizzer and put it with nuts and olive oil, put cheese in as well if you wanted to, so you could make a really good pesto and add that to your foods too. So there's loads of ways of getting that into your diet. So that's basil. The next one I want to talk to you about is mint, and this is really easy to grow in your garden and really easy to get hold of. So everyone kind of knows what mint looks like. If we can have a little close-up of the mint plant. Can we see that there? Is that okay? So mint, or this one in particular is peppermint, but actually there's loads of different types of mint, and it smells amazing and it tastes really good. So this also has things like manganese, copper, vitamin C in small amounts, and it's full of phytonutrients. It's antimicrobial, it's antioxidant, and it also can kill some funguses too. And it's really good, like health benefits. It's good in IBS, again, the bloating, cramping, and it actually helps to relax the smooth muscle in your intestine. So it stops that kind of crunching up and it relaxes you and the pain can ease. It's really beneficial in something like asthma. It can help keep the airways open. It's really good in allergic inflammation of the airways as well. So again, really good. And you can use it in teas. So just pop it in some hot water. That in particular is really good for the airways and for the tummy. You could put it in your water bottle. So lots of people now carry water bottles with them all the time. I put it in my kids' water bottles at school. So they have it in their all those nutrients are in the water and they're getting those as well. So it works well in salads, it works really well with fennel and orange. Fresh mint leaves work with things like peas or your new potatoes. And also even in things like tomato soup, if you pop it in at the end, it's really quite complimentary. Really lovely with strawberries and fruit. And like I say, we use it a lot at home. We put it in our drinking water. It grows really well, almost like a weed, because it will spread really quickly. So it's really good to have in your garden, and you can just pick it fresh, which is the best way to have it. So that's the mint. The next one is thyme. And this is quite a pungent, strong, it smells amazing, the thyme. Quite small leaves, but actually has quite a good flavour and smell. So thyme, there's about 60 varieties of thyme, and you can pick them, again, you can pick it up in the supermarket fresh. Garden centres now will have loads of different types of thyme that you can put in your garden. They grow really well in our climate. So thyme contains vitamin C, and then small amounts of things like iron, manganese and copper and other minerals. It has a really long history for respiratory and chest issues. And with the modern labs and sciences now, we know that it works because of the phytonutrients in the thyme. In particular, the flavonoids, they're the active chemicals that help things like your chest. So thymol is its main constituent. It's a very volatile oil, and it has really good protective qualities. It's an antioxidant, it's an antimicrobial, antiviral, it's an antifungal. And with all of those properties, herbs have a history of use to preserve foods to stop it from spoiling because they're antimicrobial. And things like lamb and rosemary go together because that rosemary was used to stop the lamb from spoiling. So herbs have that really wonderful property. So with thyme, you can use small amounts because it's quite a strong flavour. Use it in cooking and add it at the end to avoid it spoiling too much. And most herbs need that, so if you chop it and add things at the end, even garlic, actually, if you chop it up and leave it on the side, you pop it in at the end and you'll get more nutrients from it. So you could use thyme fresh in salads, you could put it on your potatoes, sprinkle over cooked meats, really lovely in things like omelettes or scrambled eggs. Thyme and garlic roast potatoes are really lovely, and again you could put it in olive oil to infuse and use the oils on foods to get the nutrients that way too. One thing you can do with thyme, and I use this a lot, is to put it in hot water if you have things like colds or flu or a virus, or sore throats, that kind of thing. If you put thyme in hot water with some honey, works really well as an antiviral. Okay, so that's thyme. One of the other spices I wanted to talk to you about was ginger. And these, you can get this really easily in your supermarket, and you can break pieces off. It's really easy to use. Really, really lovely herb. It's aromatic, it's pungent, really spicy, and that represents the active compounds in the ginger. The history of use is in tummy issues, especially with gas and wind. It calms and relaxes. Again, it relaxes the smooth muscle in your intestine, so actually stops it from can help stop it cramping up. Really good in your gastrointestinal tract. It's an antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, really good for nausea, so motion sickness, and morning sickness in pregnancy. It's quite safe to have in pregnancy in small amounts, so really good in that way. It's used as an anti-inflammatory, and it's really good in conditions like arthritis or any kind of inflammatory condition, and most of them are. It's very warming, and it can also promote healthy sweating, so it's really good in colds and flu. And it's really easy to put into your diet. You could make you could add it to turmeric and have it in some milk. You can use it in your Asian cooking, in stir fries, that kind of thing. You can grate it into hot water and have it with lemon. So really good use for your ginger. Okay, let's move on to chilies. So I've just brought a few red chilies with me. I think you can see those on the camera there. As we know, they're really quite potent chilies. What they do have in them is vitamin E, A, beta-carotene, lots of other vitamins and minerals. The oils in them are very volatile, as we know, and very hot, but they do have anti-inflammatory actions. They're antioxidants, they're antimicrobial. Really good in things like arthritis, again, and other inflammatory conditions. Really good for your circulation, and you can also buy now lots of creams and potions you can actually rub on your hands and feet with chili in to help your circulation if you get cold hands and feet. Please be super careful when you're handling chilies. Lots of people wear gloves, or they chop it in a processor with oil and garlic rather than actually touching them, because you mustn't touch your eyes if you've been touching chilies or anything like that, so be super careful with the chilies. Okay, so the last spice I want to talk to you about is turmeric, and we've just been able to get these now in, you can pick these up in your supermarkets, and they're beautiful orange colour. And you can pick those up in Morrison's in Malvern, or in Waitrose, or most kind of greengrocers do it now too. So turmeric is a really good, it's got wide-ranging health benefits, turmeric, and it's been really studied quite a lot recently. Again, full of vitamins and minerals, manganese and iron and B6 and fibre. One of the active components is called curcumin, which is the most studied component. And it's shown benefits in cardiovascular health. Its main use is an anti-inflammatory, it's an antioxidant, and lots of studies now using turmeric in cancer cells, how it can help kill those, plays a role in blood sugar balance and blood fat levels. And again, any inflammatory conditions like ulcerative colitis disease or arthritis, it's really kind of beneficial. You can grate that into foods, into rice, into hot drinks. A friend of mine puts it in her morning oats because she loves the taste of turmeric, and she likes those health benefits. And there's loads of recipes online now for turmeric, so really easy to get hold of too. So that's a kind of whistle-stop tour of a few herbs and spices. Really easy for your green herbs, especially your thyme, things like that, to grow on your windowsill. Hanging baskets, pots, greenhouses, or in your garden, you just need a small patch. Things like mint will grow really well, rosemary, thyme, sage are all really good in our climate. Use them every day in your cooking. It will increase your nutrient intake to promote your health. By no means are they a cure, but every little change to a healthier diet, more vegetables, more fruits, which I think Lizzie's just spoken about in the last talk, putting more veg in your diet will really help. And this increased nutrient intake will promote a healthier body and a healthier mind. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kathy from Life Symmetry Counselling, and thank you for stopping by today to allow me to talk about something which I'm really passionate about. Thank you. When we were searching for a name for my counselling practice and for the domain, we looked at hundreds, but when I saw Life Symmetry, when I tripped across it, I thought that's perfect. That reflects exactly what I feel about the counselling process. So I'd like to talk to you about that today. The basics of all counselling really is that the counsellor will provide you with a safe space, with an empathic relationship, non-judgmental, so that you can talk about your issues without being scared about being judged. And there needs to be honesty in the relationship, because the idea is that the counsellor will give you honest feedback about what they're thinking and feeling about what's happening. Not judgmental, just honest. CBT counsellors, you've probably heard of CBT counsellors, and that's cognitive behavioural therapy. And it's quite a big thing at the moment, but the government's very keen on it. It's quite easy to measure CBT. They tend to rely on people's thinking processes. They concentrate on people's thinking or dysfunctional thinking. And I'm person-centred trained, and person-centred counsellors don't diagnose, but we walk with the client through their processes. And it's mostly centred around emotions. And I wouldn't be an expert on your issues. The counsellor is never an expert on your issues. The client remains an expert on their own issues. So the approach that I like to take personally is a holistic approach. And the way I see it is that people are made up of 5 different parts, and I'll count through them one by one. And the first one I'm talking about is your emotional part. And obviously we all have emotion. That's your early warning system. It's a very old part of your brain. And it's your intuitive side. And it's a really important part of yourself, but it's also really important to temper this with some thinking, because sometimes you might react to something, but you want to think through before you react intuitively. So something might make you angry, but there's a time and a place to speak up in your anger, so you don't always want to react immediately on this. The second one I'm talking about is your psychological side, and these are your thinking processes. As I said, this is what CBT normally looks at. And one part of this is your belief systems. And your belief systems are vital, really. And what happens is that as children, we develop ways of looking at the world and understanding the world. And we bring these ways into our adult behaviour. And we don't even realise we do this. We react from our belief system without even understanding that we've taken it on board. So it's really helpful to think about your beliefs and how they're impacting you and notice what they are. Jung said it's about making the unconscious conscious. So it's not necessarily about changing anything. It's about understanding what makes you react and behave in the way you do. And that can be really helpful. Now, the third thing I wanted to talk about is your social part. And this is all about your relationships. And our relationships are so important, and they can bring so much joy to us. But as we all know, I think they can also be a source of stress to us. So that's a very important part of yourself, and might be your partner, your spouse, your workplace. So these are all our social relationships, and they're an important part of us and our development. The fourth part is a more subtle one, and that's your spirituality. And obviously it might be your religion, or it's what gives you meaning in your life. It might be a vocation, but there's something that we need to have, something that makes our life meaningful, and that's our spiritual side. And the last one is your physical side, and this is your body. And it's obviously your diet, your exercise, how you look after yourself, or quite often it's how you don't look after yourself. If you drink too much, or you don't allow yourself enough sleep, or we all know the bad habits we get into. So, as I said, I like to take a holistic approach, and what this means is that all of these parts that I've been talking about are working on the same page. And the approach that I've got is, if they're working together in harmony, then we are happy and contented. But if by any chance there's a couple of them fighting with one another, then we get very distressed by that. And the word in counselling is congruence, that if all of ourselves are working together, we're congruent, and that's happiness. But if they are, as I said, in dysfunction with each other, we call that incongruence. So let me give you a couple of examples of that, really. Say, for example, you're in an unhappy marriage, but you've been brought up, or you've got a very strong belief system that you don't believe in divorce. How are you going to navigate that? So it can be really helpful to come into a space where you can talk to someone who doesn't have their own agenda, where you can explore what's important to you, and decide the process that you want to follow, and maybe come up with some things you haven't thought about, or maybe decide how to assert yourself or to talk differently to your partner. And that's the sort of thing I'm talking about. The second example I've got is a workplace example. Maybe you come from a family or a culture that doesn't encourage you, particularly as a female, doesn't encourage you to speak up for yourself. So you've landed your dream job in an aggressive workplace where you're just being trampled underfoot because you really don't speak up for yourself, and it doesn't feel right to do so. So I think you can see the conflicts there, and how the different parts of yourself aren't helping you, really. And the third one I came up with as an example was a really important one, and this is our home. And we're often brought up with duty and obligations towards our parents. And if you get to a stage where you're overburdened, or you're burning out, or you just don't want to do what they expect of you, or maybe you fancy travelling around the world instead, then we can feel terribly guilty when that happens. So I hope it's beginning to make some sense of the way I like to approach a counselling situation. And I hope it doesn't feel too functional or technical, because it isn't. It's quite a subtle process, and it'll just be a caring environment. And if I notice anything, then I'll feed it back to you, and you may wish to discuss what we've noticed. Now, I'm going to add another couple of things in here, and the crux of the matter is that if and when you decide to make any changes to the way you behave, or the stuff you do, or your belief systems, then that will probably come with an emotional price tag. Because we're used to behaving the way we behave, and if you want to change anything, it's probably going to evoke anxiety in you. And again, it's helpful to have a supportive environment where you can talk through these anxieties and make sure you're clear on your decisions as to what you want to do. Let me give you an example of that one. Say, for example, you've been bullied in the past, and you've learned that the best thing to do is to keep your head below the parapet and not speak up, because if you did that, you would have terrible consequences. And now, again, maybe you're in this dynamic workplace where you really want to start talking up for yourself, and it evokes fear in you. Well, it would do, because you're used to, that's what happened in the past. So in the past, if you speak up, you have a very negative consequence. So we're discussing things together and deciding how you can speak up, and you're going to be very fearful, and that's going to evoke feelings from the past. And the other point I wanted to mention is that it's really useful to be observant of your own belief systems, because if you're not, it can be very easy for other people to manipulate you. And I'll give you an example of myself. One of the things I used to really feel, and I wasn't conscious of it, but I had a terror of letting other people down. I couldn't bear to let other people down. I used to feel awful if I couldn't make my commitments. And I had a particular person in my life, and I remember she wanted me to travel down at some completely unreasonable time of night, and I said no. And then she said, "You'll let everybody down." And at that stage, I was toast. And now that I've noticed that I have this, I still feel I have this flutter, oh, I'm going to let people down. But what I do now is have a think about it, decide whether the request is reasonable, and in a very adult way, I decide whether or not I want to do that. So that fear is there, and that's okay, but now I make a much more reasoned decision as to what I actually want to do. So I hope this makes more sense, that I'm very keen on counselling theory, and I wanted to explain it to you and really introduce myself and discuss the way I like to go about things, and that's helpful to you. And I look forward to meeting you if you'd like to see me. Thank you. And I think we've got a couple of questions.
Hi Kathy, I'm Claire. I'd just like to know what got you into counselling in the first place and how you became a counsellor. And I've got another question for you. Is your counselling suitable for bereavement?
Hi Claire, thank you. Counselling is suitable for bereavement, and thank you, that's a really good question, because I understand I'm talking about different parts of yourself, and bereavement just sounds as though it's one part, doesn't it? But in actual fact, you come into the counselling room with whatever you come into the counselling room with, and if you're distressed, we will just support your distress. I'm actually a bereavement counsellor, I'm trained. And it's interesting, bereavement, because firstly, people need to often go over and over and over the same story again. And you find that the people around you, they don't get tired of hearing the story, but they feel a need after a few times to start cheering you up. And that's a block to your need to keep talking over the same story again and again. And the second thing about bereavement, which is interesting, is that people just have this massive distress and need to process this distress, but they also have different areas of their life that they need to. For example, if you're an elderly lady and you've been looking after your husband for a decade, then you've effectively lost your job, you've lost your meaning in life. And that is also the other half of it that people need to process. And how I came into counselling myself, because I came from a family, quite a functional family that didn't believe in doing any of this emotional stuff. We weren't sad. You get on, what's the point of being sad? You just get on with it. And that worked okay for me, I thought, until I had a major bereavement myself. And what happened at that stage is that just getting on with it just didn't work for me at all. So I then had to explore what I could do about this, and I fortunately met up with a charity called Cruise, who really helped me, and I did one of their courses, and it really showed me to get into my emotional side as well, which was a part of me that had been really very much shut down. And it took me years to process this, but eventually I hope now that I'm a more rounded person. And that's how I got into counselling, really. I got into it very slowly by having a major bereavement of my own and having to explore my own issues. So I think we're done. Thank you. It's been lovely to meet you all, and I look forward to seeing you if you'd like to get in contact with me. Thank you.
Okay, we'd now like to welcome Demetrius, who is from the Cruise Bereavement Charity, and he's going to speak to us now online.
Hi, thank you, Claire. What a great pass, Kathy. Thank you for that. So, as I said, my name is Dimitris, and I have been a Cruise Bereavement Counsellor for more than 5 years. Today, I have been invited to talk about two different types of grief. Grief, as we know, and as Kathy said before, it's a natural process. But we do know that it can be devastating. For many of us, the death of a loved one is a significant loss. It changes many aspects of our lives and will have an impact on the whole family. Feelings may be complicated. There is no right way to grieve, and everyone experiences bereavement differently. However, there are some common feelings that many people share, and these can be painful, surprising, or even frightening. Although most of us expect our parents to die before us, many adults are surprised by the complexity and depth of our grief when our mother or father dies. It can be very painful when your parent dies after a long and happy life. If they died unexpectedly or at a young age, this can be very difficult to cope with. There are different feelings after a parent dies, as well as shock, grief, or numbness. People often feel regret, guilt, or anger. We may feel very differently from one moment to the next, and the feelings can often contradict each other. They may come upon us when they're least expected, which can be confusing and distressing. We can feel lost after the death of a mother or a father. Suddenly, we may find ourselves feeling like kids again, even though we are supposedly functional adults with jobs, families, and lives of our own. Losing a parent may mean losing one of the people who thought we were the most special and who loved us unconditionally. Alternatively, if we had a difficult or a strange relationship with a parent, we can feel a grief for what never was, or for a relationship that is now not possible to heal. The death of a parent can bring home the certainty of our own death and perhaps make it seem nearer than it was before. The balance of generations changes when a parent dies. Before, we were still someone's child. Now we can find ourselves the oldest generation, and that can be a shock. Losing a parent or both parents means we may also have lost a connection to our own childhood. We have lost someone who held knowledge about our own and could share memories in a way no one else could. There are also many effects on other relationships. There is no one way for families to deal with grief. A death in the family can bring people together, but it can also create tension. It can wake up all arguments between brothers and sisters. Some families are able to support one another, but there may be individual members who don't want to or can't share their feelings and prefer to be left alone. Relationships between partners can also be affected. If one parent has died, our relationship with the parent who is still alive may change. We may have always thought of our parents together as a partnership, and now find ourselves getting to know the remaining parent as a separate existence. As time goes on, we may also have to cope with the parent starting a new relationship. After the death of a parent, many people experience a change in the way they see themselves and the way others see them. We may have looked after a ill parent for some time or had regular contact, and this role has now disappeared. This can come as a release and also as a loss. It can lead to a sense of isolation. But how can we support someone, or how can you support yourself after the death of a parent? Well, talk to someone. Talking can be very helpful, even if it's on the phone, internet, or social media. Often, family or friends can help. You might also be able to talk to someone in your community or to a faith or spiritual leader. Find ways to remember them. It can help to think of ways you can remember your parent and keep them as part of your life. This might mean keeping a few special possessions, creating a memory box or a special album of pictures, or organizing a time for family and friends to come together and remember. Plan ahead or anniversaries. Birthdays, anniversaries, and Mother's and Father's Day can be difficult after someone close to us dies. It can help to think in advance about how you're going to manage. How can you help someone after the parent dies? Well, as said before, talk and stay in contact with bereaved friends and family and let them know you're thinking about them. If someone has lost an elderly parent, try not to say things like, at least they had a good life, or they died peacefully, or it must be a relief they are no longer suffering. Even if when someone dies peacefully after a long, happy life, it can still be both shocking and painful. Let the people who are grieving discuss their feelings. Allow them to be open about their grief and about their parents. Talking can be one of the most helpful things after someone dies. Be there for important dates. You might like to make a note of significant dates like birthdays, the anniversary of the death, and let the people you support know that you're thinking of them. In the second part of this presentation, I would like to focus a little bit on the death of a partner, as the loss of a spouse can be an incredibly difficult and intensely painful experience. When a husband, wife, or partner dies, it is likely to be one of the most intense emotional experiences of your lifetime. Whatever way you would describe your relationship, it is a huge loss in your life. Your world, as you knew it, it has changed, and it can be incredibly painful. Losing someone as close as a partner usually comes with a number of other changes and losses: change of identity, loss of future dreams, financial loss, increased social isolation and loneliness, increased family and household responsibility, increased susceptibility to health problems. There are numerous of different feelings after a partner dies. After the funeral of a partner and the weeks of practicalities around their death, it can feel like things start to return to normal for others. But for you, things will never be the same. Friends and family start to check in less, and the world still keeps going. But you're now facing a life without the person you chose to spend the rest of your life with. Adjusting to life after losing a partner means you can feel lonely, sad, despairing, empty, angry, and or guilty. People whose partners often tell us that they are confronted with this loss on an again. Your bed, even trying to sleep, is a reminder of what you have lost. Many people also find the loss of a physical or sexual relationship hard to bear. It is understandable to miss the intimacy and closeness of your partner. Talking about this may feel particularly difficult or inappropriate, but it can help to do so with someone you trust or someone trained, like a cruise volunteer. It is also possible to feel like the person who has died is actually present with you. Some people say they can smell or hear their dead partner. For some people, this can be very reassuring, and for others, extremely distressing. However, what you need to know is that this is an experience that many people have, and it will fade away over time. It's common to feel restlessness, irritable, lacking motivation, loss of concentration, and have concerns about health and well being. Grief doesn't just affect our emotions, but also produces physical effects. It's common to suffer from headaches, weight loss, sleep disturbances, or fatigue. Resistance to illness in general may be lowered, and you might find you become vulnerable to minor illnesses. If symptoms persist or you are struggling to cope, do seek help from your GP. And with that, I must unfortunately conclude my presentation as we are running out of time. If any of my words hit home or resonated in you, don't hesitate to contact Cruise Bereavement Care today. We are here to walk this journey together.
Hello and welcome. My name is Angie Latham and I'm a sound therapist and a hypnotherapist, and I'm based in Malvern. I work one-to-one with clients but also groups, and facilitate sound bath meditations, sometimes called gong baths as well. And these meditations are really great for just coming along, lying back and doing absolutely nothing while I play some lovely sounds for you. And they're called a sound or a gong bath because the idea is to completely immerse yourself in the beautiful sounds and the vibrations that I'm playing for you. And I use various instruments like the gong or Tibetan singing bowls, crystal singing bowls, and harmonic chimes and other sort of like restful, relaxing instruments. And the reason sound meditations are so good for people is that the sounds give your conscious mind something to focus on. So for those that may struggle to do more traditional types of meditation where you're trying to clear the mind or you're trying to sort of get into silence, that's not great for everybody. Some people need something, you know, a guided meditation or sound to occupy their conscious mind. To allow their body to relax. So sound meditations, sound baths, gong baths, they're great ways for people that are very stressed or very anxious or are overthinkers, people that have a lot of mind chatter, or anybody that just feels like they can't quite switch off. And because sound baths usually last around about 45 minutes to an hour, this is plenty of time for you to relax and let go. And today we're going to do just a 20-minute sound bath, but even in 20 minutes, you should, by the end of it, feel very relaxed and much more kind of in balance and in tune with yourself. And the idea is to bring you out from your thinking mind and down into the heart center. And so you're coming more from a place of peace and compassion and just general relaxation, really. And what happens in the physical body is that our brain waves start to slow down from the busy wide awake beta brain waves down into the more meditative patterns of alpha. But where I'd really like to take you with the sounds today is into the theta state, brainwave state, which is that beautiful daydreamy sort of floaty feeling which we get just before we fall asleep and just as we're waking up in the morning, or when we're looking out of the window and we're daydreaming. So what this does, being in a theta state, is it allows the physical body to move out of the highly stressed sympathetic branch of the nervous system and into the parasympathetic branch of the nervous system, which is our rest and repair, or our rest and digest. And this is scientifically proven to have positive effects on not just our physical health, but also our mental health, which then, of course, helps with our emotional health as well. So moving into a theta brainwave pattern is really scientifically proven to help us on many levels, not just the physical and the mental, but also the emotional and spiritual as well. So how you experience a sound bath will depend very much on how you're feeling on the day. So sometimes it may take you longer to relax, other times you may relax quickly, and every time can be different. And regular people that come along to my sound baths will often say that no two sort of sound baths are the same. But what I do notice is that people that come regularly, they are far more relaxed. They're more inspired, they're more creative, they're more at peace with themselves. And just like any sort of exercise, meditation is it's using a muscle. So the more that you're able to get to that lovely peaceful meditative state, the more your body and your brain retains that sort of information, and the quicker you can get back into that state. So it really is a kind of a practice. But today we'll just give you a quick taster of how relaxing a sound bath can be. So pre-COVID, I was doing a lot of group work in halls and venues such as Elmsley House in Malvern, where I do monthly gong baths for people to come along and enjoy. So as restrictions lift, I will be offering those again. At the moment, I'm offering one-to-one work from my private sound therapy room in West Malvern, and also small groups of sort of like up to 4 household or bubble at the moment. But of course that will open up as well as restrictions lift. So if you're interested in coming along to a sound bath in person, and they are best in person than pre-recorded, then have a look at my website, and that will keep you up to date, and also my Facebook page. So I have pre-recorded this for you today, and the main reason for that is that I have these sounds professionally recorded that I went into a recording studio to do, and it's much better than trying to do it live, because this kind of platform online really isn't the best sound quality for the instruments that I use. So it really is more of a kind of in-person event. So, but it'll still help you relax, and I do free recordings available via my website. So if you do enjoy today, then please check out my website and have a look at my YouTube channel. So all you have to do is find a comfortable place and just lie down and be comfortable. So that can be lying back on a chair, or if you're at home, you can just be lying in bed if you like, that's fine. Some people do like to sort of like slightly recline and sit up rather than fully lie down, because some people can go to sleep and they get so relaxed. So just see how you feel. If you've got headphones, then pop those in, or earbuds, and you may have to adjust the volume slightly between me talking and the sounds, because they will be sort of slightly different. Okay, so less is more with volume. So the sounds are supposed to be listened to quite quietly. You know, don't crank up the volume, because all they'll do is distort. So find a comfy space and lie back and pop your earplugs in. And we're just going to start by taking some nice deep breaths. And how I want you to breathe is to take a nice breath in through the nose and breathe all the way down into the belly, so that the chest and the belly expands out. And then exhale through the mouth. And in through the nose again, expanding the belly, and then nice sigh out. A few more nice deep breaths like this just help to start to center you, start to relax you, starts to bring us into present moment awareness, becoming aware of the body and the breath as it moves through your lungs. This is a basic mindfulness yogic practice of just bringing our awareness into the present moment. Not allowing our mind to wander into the past or worry into the future. Just enjoying being here now. And as you exhale, just imagine all of the tension that you have in your body start to dissipate. So paying attention to anywhere that you're feeling that your muscles are maybe holding tension, maybe they're a little bit tight. Maybe the shoulders, the forehead, the jaw. As you continue to breathe gently in and gently out. You can feel your body start to let go. consciously allowing any tension in the muscles to gently start to flow out. And imagine the chair or the sofa or the bed underneath you, as they're fully supporting your weight, so that as you exhale, you can start to sink slowly into the chair. Every exhale, just allowing the muscles to soften and let go a little bit more, a little bit more. Sinking into the chair or the sofa or the bed. And allowing it to fully take your weight. And just listen to the sounds of the bowls. And allow the vibrations to help relax you. Allow the mind to concentrate fully on the sounds that you can hear. And just be curious about how the different sounds make you feel. And there may be sounds that make you feel grounded and safe and secure. And there may be other sounds that are lighter and brighter and make you feel more energized, maybe more angelic and etheric. Maybe they take you out to a different place in your imagination. And as you enjoy the sounds and as we get deeper into the sounds and you allow more and more to let go, just to let your imagination wander and daydream. Maybe you could be just floating on top of the ocean on a sunny day, blue sparkling water. Or maybe you can imagine yourself flying like an eagle over mountains and green valleys. Or maybe you'd like to just imagine yourself floating in space. And just know that you can go anywhere you like, anywhere you please. Find the space that feels right for you, that makes you feel happy. Just imagine yourself anywhere that makes you feel even more relaxed and at peace. And give yourself permission to just be and drift and daydream. Drifting and floating. So slowly start to bring your attention back to your physical body. Move your fingers and your toes and gently start to stretch out. Take a nice few breaths in and out. Nice deep breaths in into the belly and sigh out. And this time, this breath will bring you back into your body and start to ground you. And open your eyes and have a look at the ceiling or the wall, whichever you're facing. And just take a few moments to come back into your surroundings, back into your everyday reality. And don't worry if you feel a bit floaty or if you went a bit deep. Just give yourself enough time to fully come round, and having a little something to eat or something to drink is a really good idea, especially to drink some water, maybe have a biscuit, especially if your blood sugar has dropped during meditation. So I hope you've enjoyed this quick sound bath today. Normally I would play the sounds for about 45 minutes. So that's given you a kind of a quick taste of all the different instruments I might use during the session. And if you have enjoyed it and you'd like to come and book a one-to-one, or if you'd like to come to a group sound bath sometime, then do follow me on Facebook or have a look at my website for events as they're put on. I also offer sound baths and sound meditations in all sorts of settings, such as care homes, hospice, corporate wellbeing days, retreats, festivals. It's really endless, the amount of ways we can work with sound to help people. So do get in touch if you have any ideas. I do love collaborating with other people and other therapists, or if you work somewhere where you think that sound meditation might be a benefit for your employees or your colleagues, then yeah, get in touch. So thank you again for joining me, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day and the rest of this amazing event, and I hope to see some of you soon. Take care.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. My name's Alison Preble. I'm a kinesiologist and nutritional therapist based in Malvern, and I'm going to talk to you this afternoon about managing stress using sort of nutrition and other methods, and I won't go into mindfulness because that's not my area of expertise, and I know that you've had some yoga stuff today, and Kelda's speaking later on homeopathy, and you can use many things to deal with stress, but hopefully I'll show you some new stuff, and you can let me know via various means whether you've got questions, but hopefully it will be clear. Okay. So basically anything can cause stress, and stress can be an environmental demand, so you can have a stressful place that you live in, that it's noisy, that you have too many people living with you or too few, that you don't feel that you've got all the things you need. And basically what happens, whatever the stress is, you get this build-up of adrenaline, basically. And what happens is the body then tries to clear that. So it's that feeling of as if you've had too much caffeine that is what adrenaline does. And a rather horrible analogy, but it tends to stick in the mind, is that if you put a frog into boiling water, it will jump out. But if you put a frog into cold water and heat the water up slowly to boiling, the frog doesn't notice the difference in temperature and dies. And that's basically what happens to us. And it's insidious. We don't always know that it's creeping up on us. It's unavoidable, and we all have different coping levels. So some people are very good at dealing with stress or think they are, and other people know that they're not. And it's good to know what your levels are. And some of us create our own stress by worrying about things. And there is a saying that worrying is like sitting in a rocking chair. It gives you something to do, but it doesn't get you anywhere. So if you are someone that worries, then it's working out where that started, what might be the trigger, what your other triggers are, and dealing with that. And then some of us get addicted to stress. So if you've got a very, I've worked in companies that are very high adrenaline, high achieving, and you get pulled and sucked into it. And that's fine if that's your happy place, but after a while you can hit the wall and then you don't bounce anymore. And suddenly you're, you realise actually I'm beginning to burn out, which is never great. So many things cause stress, and these are just a few. So it could be money worries, it can be people in cars, driving yourself. Some people find that very stressful. Some people's families and friends can be very stressful. Being bullied at work, or you feel things are unfair at work, that's not great. Not getting enough sleep is also stressful. So there are many things that can be stressors. And those are probably the more obvious ones, but then there are other stresses to the body, and stress is very pro-inflammatory. So stress causes inflammation, and other things then can also cause inflammation, and then that just adds to the stress that your body is experiencing. So things like food intolerances, if your blood sugar's imbalanced and you sort of think, oh, I'll just have a bit of chocolate and that'll keep me going. It sort of does, but it's a bit like putting a plaster on a very open wound. So getting checked for things like gluten sensitivity, checking whether your gut is as it should be, whether you've got any sort of autoimmune conditions, whether you've got a chronic infection, so like even a tooth that just keeps being a problem, if you don't get it sorted and clear the infection, then it's just a constant stress to the body. Some people like exercising, and exercising is very addictive, and it's the adrenaline thing, and you become addicted to the adrenaline. So over-exercising can have a lot of stress physically on the body, but also starts to chemically have a lot of stress. And then dehydration. So if you don't drink enough water, then your body doesn't have the ability to clear a lot of the toxins. And basically stress can do many things to our bodies, and it can cause fatigue. So if you're getting tired, that can be a sort of post-stress syndrome. So sometimes we feel tired, either because we don't sleep very well or because we are stressed, and that just affects our sleep. And then we eat weird things because we think, right, well, that's all I've got time for. A packet of biscuits, that'll be dinner, that's fine. We can get headaches because we get dehydrated. Your immune system can drop, and you can get sleep disorders, so you can't get to sleep, you can't stay asleep, or you wake up early and can't get back to sleep, so that's not great. You can get mood swings, being irritable, having digestive disorders, so like IBS, and you can get cravings for things like cigarettes and sugar, caffeine, and you know, ultimately, if you're somebody that doesn't have strong coping mechanisms for stress, you can get depression. And stress activates the hypothalamus in the brain, and it gets the brain to release more cortisol so that it can cope. And when we're stressed, our cortisol gets raised, and then that increases our blood sugar. It predisposes us to digestive disorders. It disturbs your natural sleep rhythm, and it also inhibits the way the body deals with disease and viruses and all sorts of things. So keeping that cortisol level happy is very important. And we have fight-flight mechanism. So even though we're no longer living in the wild, our body sometimes reacts as if there's a saber-toothed tiger coming towards us, and that causes an increase in adrenaline, and that increases what most of the symptoms of stress are. And if the reason that the stress leads to nutritional deficiencies is because basically by increasing the metabolic function of the body, because it's speeded up, you're causing the body to excrete amino acids, and it drops potassium out of the body, it drops phosphorus out of the body, and then that depletes your magnesium. And we need magnesium for sleep, and we need magnesium for energy. So we end up storing less calcium as well. And then once you've got this increased cortisol, your adrenaline will increase, and the levels of interleukin-6, which has a direct effect on most cells in your body, is then associated with a lot of the disorders like diabetes, arthritis, sometimes cancer, sometimes cardiovascular disease. And high levels of cortisol reduce your ability to burn fat. So then you get this sort of muffin top, as it used to be called. It's around your middle, and then our carbohydrate metabolism gets messed up. So we crave carbohydrates because we know we need the energy, but then we can't burn them off. So there are nutritional things you can do. Sorry, this is quite a busy chart because normally it builds, but it's stimulants. If you reduce stimulants like caffeine, sugar and nicotine, that all helps. And basically they rob the body of nutrients. So things like vitamin C, which affects our central nervous system. So cutting them out decreases your cancer risk. It increases the nutrients you absorb, and also it stops insulin binding, so that basically, if you're a woman and insulin binding starts to happen, it starts to attach to things it shouldn't attach, like your estrogen receptors, then you become more susceptible to polycystic ovary syndrome. And if you've already got a genetic risk of that, you really want to be careful of stimulants, basically. Decreasing salt. So salt's a very complicated issue because there are many types of salt. So good old sodium chloride, which is table salt, is usually what's called de-iodized. So if you use sea salt, then actually that has lots of minerals in it, and that can provide quite a lot of nutrition to the body. So foods that support you. So magnesium, I'm a big fan of magnesium. So magnesium increases positivity, gives you energy, gives you strength. It's one of the things in the body that relaxes muscles and allows the tone of your muscles to stay in the integrity of the tone of your muscles to be good. And it improves your dopamine, which is a good feel-good factors, aldosterone, and our calcium balance. So often people think that they need calcium when they have bone issues, but actually often what you need is magnesium. So if you decrease fizzy drinks, that really helps, because fizzy drinks are very high in phosphorus and they push calcium and magnesium out of the body. And there are many foods that are in have got magnesium in them. So if you eat lots of, I mean, basically the mantra of all people who, like me, is drink lots of water and eat lots of leafy green vegetables and root vegetables. And if you can do that, that is a good way of starting to get into health. And then, as I said before, not everybody, a lot of people think that they need to take a calcium supplement, and to be honest, a lot of doctors think that too. But actually, often it's the calcium and the body, and the way the body uses calcium is very complicated. And actually, it's usually magnesium. So if you eat lots of foods that are rich in calcium, that's the best way of getting calcium. Taking a supplement of calcium is helpful in some cases, but usually just eating a lot of green leafy vegetables, having fruit and a lot of root vegetables will really help. And then little bits of meat, little bits of grain as well. And then B vitamins. I'm a big fan of B vitamins. So again, you can get them from your food. So B1, which is thiamine, that helps to metabolize glucose. So if you find yourself craving sweet food, then often the B1 really helps. And if you have low B1, then that can lead to anxiety, it can lead to depression. And if you drink sort of more alcohol than might be good for you, then that will also decrease your B1 levels. And then you've got riboflavin, which is B2. So B2 helps with the metabolism of fats and carbs and proteins. So you can see how important it is. And it allows oxygen to be used by the body. So getting oxygen, we're breathing in, but often we shallow breathe. And the body then doesn't know how to use the oxygen. So if you have good B vitamins, so Marmite is a really good source of B vitamins, if you like it. Obviously not everybody does. And things like mushrooms, broccoli, eggs, if you eat eggs, they're all good. And then you've got niacin. So niacin's quite an interesting B vitamin, has lots and lots of properties. It's a coenzyme, which means that it helps the body use other factors. It metabolizes fats, proteins and carbs again. And it supports the functioning of your nervous system. So if you're somebody that gets quite anxious or agitated, increasing your B3 intake can be really helpful. And then B5. So B5 is often known as the stress vitamin, and again, it is useful for getting these coenzymes working properly in the body, and it's good for converting the carbohydrates in our food into energy. So glucose is energy and obviously sugar, but if you use carbohydrates to do that rather than just eating sweets or chocolate, then you get much better function for your adrenals. And it's available in lots of foods as B5, so it's quite good to have some B5. And then there's B6. So B6 is a very interesting B vitamin. So the form of B6, if you're going to take it as a supplement, most people, and everybody's different, obviously, most people are better taking it in the activated form. But if you take it in food, then you'll get all the forms. So having carrots, having sunflower seeds, eating things like pulses and peas and beans is good. Meat, if you eat meat. Brown rice is very good for all the B vitamins. So brown basmati rice is probably the most suitable one to have, because rice naturally has an affinity with arsenic. And if you eat a lot of Chinese rice or American rice, they tend to be higher in arsenic because of the pesticides they use in those countries to keep the rice going. So basically B6 has the ability to up and down regulate itself and hormones. So it's very useful for especially girls if they're going just into puberty, but even boys when we're all reaching puberty, B6 is one of the vitamins that gets used up because it's used in making hormones. So increasing foods that are rich in B6 it never does any of us any harm. And there's B12. So any of you who are vegan will know that B12 is vital, because B12 is only really available through dairy products and meat. There are many forms of B12, and the two that really most people need are adenosylcobalamin and methylcobalamin. And Cytoplan make a very good one actually, which if you are a vegan, it's usually a good idea to take a supplement of B12. So yeah, B12 does many things, and the methylcobalamin part, that helps to maintain a healthy glutamate activity, and glutamate's really important for the brain, and it's really good for your for the gut as well. And then adenosylcobalamin is a coenzyme, so that converts the sort of activated folate as well into a CoA, and so that's a really useful. So, and some of us are what are called slow methylators. So if you're somebody who's very sensitive to caffeine, and you can't drink caffeine after, you know, lunchtime, then you're possibly a slow methylator. And then any of these things like methylcobalamin, methylfolate, all of those are really good for you. So having lots of onions and garlic are really good for those people. So yeah, B12 is generally in meat, fish and dairy and in eggs. So lots of people say, should I take a supplement? And they are a simple way of making sure that you're getting enough of certain nutrients. But if you manage to eat a balanced diet, then you shouldn't need a supplement. However, if you're stressed and you've been stressed for a while, then basically a good B complex is invaluable, and it's probably it is in fact the only combination vitamin supplement that I recommend, and there are many sorts, and it's horses for courses basically of which one you need. But if you get a good one that doesn't have calcium carbonate in it and no magnesium stearate, because they tend to bind it, then that would be a good thing to take during a moment of stress. And obviously if you're vegan, then taking a B12 supplement is not a bad idea either. So I'm going to say with B6, always ensure that you buy P5P, which is the pyridoxine 5-phosphate, because it's basically, unless somebody muscle tests you or you have a blood test, it's very hard to know which one you want. So it's better to find one that you really like. But most people do well on a P5P, and you need about 50 to 100 milligrams a day. If you go over 1,000, which is obviously a lot, but if you go over that, then you may end up with tingling fingers. So the weird thing about B vitamins is that the signs and symptoms of a lack of them is the same as the signs and symptoms of having too much. You're not going to get too much in your food, so if you start taking a supplement and then you find you start getting the ends of your fingers feel numb, then stop taking the supplement. And obviously really watch what you're taking with any medication that you have, so not all B vitamins can be taken by all people. And then B12, so again, the two B12s I talked about, they are activated B12s, so the methylcobalamin and the adenosylcobalamin. So again, if you buy a B12 and it's got cyanocobalamin, sorry, I've spelt that wrong, so it should be cyanocobalamin. If you've got that, that's made from, it's a form of cyanide basically. It's not going to kill you or poison you, but it's not going to do anything either. The body really can't use it. So it's really worth checking what's on the pack of your products and checking it doesn't have calcium carbonate, it doesn't have magnesium stearate. A little bit of magnesium stearate doesn't matter, but if you're taking a few things and they all have it in, it's not great. And then making sure that they're activated forms is always good. So when your adrenals are working overtime, so if you're stressed, it's the adenosylcobalamin that you need. And then there are herbs. So herbs are drugs, and most drugs come originally from herbs. So it is worth just checking that you can take these. If you take them as a tisane or a tea, then you should be fine. But I have known people drink so much licorice tea that they've pushed their iron levels down the pan. So be mindful of not doing anything too much. Everything in moderation is the key to life, really, isn't it? So ashwagandha Ashwagandha is an Ayurvedic herb, and you can take it as drops, you can take it as capsules, and you can take it as a tea. So it is the potato family, so it is a nightshade. So if you are sensitive to nightshades, then be a little bit aware that ashwagandha might not be your friend long term, but short term you might be fine with it unless you have really strong sensitivity. And then there's ginseng. So ginseng is a very ancient remedy, and you can get Korean ginseng, you can get Taiwanese ginseng, Russian and American ginseng. So generally the sort of perceived wisdom is that the Korean and the American ginseng tend to be more useful for stress than the Russian ginseng. However, if you only had Russian ginseng available, happy days, just take that as well. And then hops. So hops are obviously what's used to preserve beer. Very interesting, and they're very useful, and they take out, and I'm not going to remember the name, they take out the active ingredient and put it into capsules, and it can really help with stress. And if you find yourself craving alcohol, then hops is often very useful. And hops themselves, the hop flowers, are very useful for helping with sleep. So, as we're in a hop growing area, it used to be that they'd say that hop pickers would fall asleep in the field because as they were picking them, they were breathing in all of these humols is the word I'm looking for, all of these active ingredients in the hops, and it would make them sleepy, basically. So a sleep pillow made from hops might be useful. And why should you care? So why would you want to deal with stress? So it doesn't really matter what diet you're following and what exercise you're doing. If we don't manage our stress, then we're susceptible to the diseases that are sort of quite modern, really. So you might be drinking all the water you should be, you might be going out as much in the sun as much as you should be, and eating all the food. But if you're not managing your stress, then really you're sabotaging your health efforts. And sometimes it can't be avoided. There are things in life which, I was working just lunchtime today with a child with autism, and, he was running around my treatment room and biting quite a lot of things. And, he was there in my presence for 45 minutes, and I was like, wow. His poor mother has fibromyalgia, which is not surprising, really, because she's tired constantly because she's chasing him because he's, and so she can't, unless she's going to put him in a field with a load of cows, she's got to deal with that. So there are things that we just have to be aware of. If we've got somebody in the family who's ill, we've got an elderly relative we have to care for, as well as dealing with our own family, then those are stresses that we have to deal with. But then that's when you get counselling, or you go and see a coach and you get that sort of help, and then you support yourself nutritionally as well. So, it's easy to say, right? An attitude change is the cheapest way to change your life. But there are ways of changing our attitude, and often we can't change a situation, so we have to change the way we see it. And we can't change other people as much as we might think we'd like to. We just have to change how we approach them and how we deal with them. And by doing that, usually what happens is they start to change. So, there's this thing of being patient, and people say, why is patience a virtue? And if you're someone that's like this, and you've got a child who dawdles, or my aunt who used to take an hour to get from Marks and Spencer's front of the shop to the back, just looking at things she was never going to buy, after a while you grit your teeth. But it's changing your attitude to that will help. So one of the things that we can do is breathe. And when I was talking this morning, I was talking about alternate nostril breathing, which is a great method. And then this way really is to breathe more deeply. And it sounds very easy because we breathe all the time, otherwise we'd be collapsed and dead. So breathing is obviously highly important, but the way we breathe, and I work with quite a lot of people who exercise and cycle and do lots of running, and you get them to breathe, and it's all up here. So when we're breathing, it's breathing in. So if you lie down and you put something on your abdomen, when you breathe in, you can see if your abdomen's pushing up the book. And if it is, then you know you're breathing properly. And then it's breathing out. So our lungs are huge. They come from the top of our shoulders practically to our pelvis. So when we breathe, often, if you think your lungs are this big, we're probably breathing in the first third, and there's quite a lot more that could be filled up. And the reason that often you feel tired if you do lots of deep breathing is because you're clearing out all the gunge and toxins that are in the bottom of your lungs. So doing some sort of, yoga breathing, or there's lots of things online, there's lots of apps that you can get for phones. All of these things help with stress because they calm the system. It also means that you're taking, even if it's 5 minutes, just for yourself in a day. So it all helps. So I have a Shakti mat, which I'll tell you about later because that's a bit extreme. And obviously exercise, so getting outside, getting light into the eyes when possible. Obviously don't let your exercise become a stressor. So, I work in my other job in a team of very highly driven people, and they're like, oh, I've got to go and do my exercise. And it's become, then that is a stressor, which isn't great. So do things you enjoy. And if you have to go to a meeting and you really don't feel like going to the gym or doing the run or the walk, just have a walk around the block and breathe and just, pat yourself on the back and say, well, that's fine. I chose not to do it today. And then other things are drinking water. I'm so boring. I'm always going on about B vitamins and drinking water. And drinking water does many, many things. It does many things apart from filling your bladder up. In Chinese medicine, the bladder meridian is the longest meridian in the body, and it governs the spine. It starts in the corner of our eyes, it goes over our backs and down to our little toes. So it governs your spine. And if you are dehydrated, then your spine won't work properly either, and then the muscles tense up. The other good thing about water is that one of the minerals in it is magnesium, and good old Severn Trent, that'll have quite a lot of magnesium in it. So drink water, and drink water away from food, and drink it throughout the day. The sort of general thing is that you have 2 litres of plain water. If you add things to water, like tea or coffee, or hops to make it beer, it's not clean in that the body needs to do something with it. So if you start adding a bit of lemon to it, or even a bit of mint or whatever, the body's got to do something with it. So if that gets you into drinking water, happy days. Want to be drinking at least 1 litre of plain water a day, because then the body doesn't have to do anything with it. It just goes to all your cells. As soon as you put something in it, the body's got to digest it and it's got to process it. So, yeah. And then I'm going to talk about tapping. So I've given Claire and Lindsay my very simple sheet on tapping, and Claire's email is on the website. And if you ask her, she will send you this, I'm sure. I do this very simple. So there is emotional freedom technique, which is a whole thing in itself. The way I don't do emotional freedom technique, I just do very simple tapping, but I have found it incredibly effective. And the sheet has things to clear the negativity, because what you want to do is, it's all very well saying, I'm great at maths and tapping in that I'm great at maths, but actually what you've got to do is clear the disbelief that you're not very good at maths and work out where that's come from. So have a look at those sheets if you're somebody that thinks you would use that method. And there's lots of stuff on the internet these days. If you put in EFT, you'll get quite a lot of information. And this is one of the things of this changing your attitude it's quite hard. But if you use tapping, it's amazing. I kid you not, sometimes I get people to say things like, I release all stress, and I think, really? Is that going to make a difference? But actually, they suddenly go, oh, and you're just taking layers off. So start big and work in, you know, and work out what your stresses are, work out who your stresses are, and just release, you know, the worry about the way somebody speaks to you, because people speak to you in a certain way because we've given them permission to do that. And so if you clear, you know, I release all annoyance at the way so-and-so speaks to me, then you don't care. So it becomes water off a duck's back, and they go, oh, I can't actually annoy that person anymore, and they'll go and find someone else. So they're still floating around the world annoying people, but they're not annoying you. So that's the good thing. And other ways to reduce stress is, you know, saying no. So I'm really bad at this, but it's good practice to do that. So if somebody asks you to do something and you think, and your immediate instinct is a drop in your energy, then the answer is probably no. And you know, we often like to help people. You know, we don't want to let people down. So often that's really important. And so yeah, if you can. You're right. If you can say no, don't say maybe, and don't say yes unless you mean it. So, you know, be true to yourself when it comes to things you want to do. Do you mind going back one? I'm sorry. That's probably, yeah, that's great. Oh, it's jumped again. So if you're always having the same arguments with the same people, then a bit of tapping and releasing might not be a bad thing. Work out why and where's the conflict, and you know, maybe go and speak to someone, speak to a coach. And we have a great coach actually at our centre called Will Thomas, and you know, he's helped me on numerous occasions with all sorts of weird and wonderful things. From getting through coursework to, you know, dealing with work, and just allowing yourself to just speak to someone, and letting them give you some help is very positive for yourself. So, what have we learnt? This can creep up on you, and so 1 minute you feel like you're coping, and then the next you're feeling very overwhelmed. But know your limits. So learn to see stress as an indicator of something happening in your life, and be aware of it, and learn to say no. Exercise sensibly, you know, enjoy the exercise you do. Do some form of exercise every day if you can. And if you're not very mobile, then at least try and get outside so you can get some sunlight. Learn to breathe. So just putting in a breathing practice, find an app or a video on YouTube that helps you breathe, or find, after the 17th of May when we're all allowed to go out, find a yoga class you like, and do a pranayama yoga, something like that, or at least some sort of breathing exercise. So I've finished, so I don't know if you want me to.
What do you want me to say?
Don't worry. So I don't know. I'm sort of thinking of, because normally when I do this talk, you know, people give me questions. So
because I've been in and out.
that's fine. Don't worry. The sort of questions that normally people ask are, you know, about diet plans and things like that. So even though I'm a nutritional therapist, I'm obviously a very bad nutritional therapist, because I really don't like giving people diet plans, because whenever I've done it, I seem to have chosen all the foods that person then tells me they don't like. And they take quite a long time to do diet plans. So the thing with food is to don't try and do things slowly. So think of a daily routine. So for a week, add in a different green vegetable every day. If you live by yourself, it's quite hard because you're going to buy portions of things. I mean, I wanted some broccoli the other day, and I'm not joking, my husband doesn't eat broccoli. These portions of broccoli were like this. I mean, massive, massive trees of broccoli. And I thought, I'm not going to eat that. It's going to go off. So so I didn't buy any, which isn't great. So then I could have gone to another shop, obviously, but I didn't have time at the time. So, but think about things that you can do. So like with the water, you know, get yourself a nice water bottle that gives you pleasure to look at. So we're very fortunate in Malvern that we have a wonderful company called Be Water, as in BE, and they sell beautiful, beautiful water bottles that have got crystals in the middle. If you buy the glass one, you can swap the crystals round. They're not cheap, the bottles, but they're really nice quality. They do a travel one, which isn't too expensive, and they do a glass one, and they do a sort of a safe plastic one. And you know, whenever I use those, I feel like I'm drinking more than just water. So even if it's the colour of the bottle, you know, and when I worked in an office, you know, I'd fill up different people's water bottles and go, well, this is a nice bottle. So just little things like that, and walking around with them. So if you're somebody, you know, I work in a clinic on 2 days a week, and so I'm always up and about. So what I do at the beginning of the day is I fill a litre bottle, and I make sure that I've drunk that, and then there's another bottle if other people want to drink, so that I know I've consumed a litre. And I used to work with a lady who did something I would highly not recommend doing, and she would drink her 2 litres of water by 10 o'clock in the morning. And I said to her, I don't think that's a good idea. And she said, well, then I've done it. It's finished. I don't have to worry about it then. And I said, yeah, but then you're like hydrating yourself instantly, and you're flooding your body. So anyway, I hope I've given you some ideas. If you want the tapping and clearing sheet, email Claire and she will forward it to you. And I hope you've enjoyed the talk and it helps you with your stress.
Welcome to the Foundations of Self-Healing, a presentation about natural healthcare and an interactive event. My name is William G. I'm a meditation teacher and healer. I've studied these arts since 2004. Today will be a basic training in meditation practice, which I've structured to be as safe and enjoyable as possible. Please accept a brief disclaimer before we begin. Ideas presented here today will be my own and they will be theoretical. I won't be making definite medical claims or statements of scientific fact. Rather, we can consider hypotheses about healthcare and the nature of the mind-body connection. These will be based on almost 20 years of study, my own recoveries from multiple serious medical conditions, some of which were described as incurable. I can explain this later. They will also be based on several years' observation now of how clients of mine regularly, reliably report improvements in a wide range of health challenges, some physical, some psychological, some emotional. Your mind is your own. I don't know those of you who are tuning in today as well as we'd get to know each other if we were working together one-to-one. For that reason, please assume full responsibility for your own health outcomes and recognize that I can't be held responsible for experiences you may meet with during today's event or the future course of life or illnesses. This kind of practice is generally overwhelmingly safe. But that's a personal disclaimer, essentially. Please only agree if you participate if you agree to its terms. In seeking to address any health or life challenge, we need to structure a multidimensional lifestyle or regime, which is composed of a number of beneficial habits. The more we can combine positive influences, the greater their cumulative effects will be. So the healthy lifestyle is multidimensional. The very first thing that we should do is work with the mind. We need to engage in some sort of consciousness-based self-healing practice. And the reason this should be prioritized is that the will to live is first cultivated mentally and emotionally. It's an attitude we need to develop. And the stronger it becomes, the better develops it becomes, the easier it is for us to take physical actions which support it and live the healthy lifestyle that we're familiar with in terms of physical actions, eating well, exercising, spending time in nature, etc., sleeping well. But consciousness is the foundation. We have to set the clear intention that we will dedicate ourselves to the project of self-healing before anything else. This is the principal reason we must work with the mind first and foremost. Additionally, a healthy personality benefits the body it's centered in. The healthier the mind becomes, the easier the body will find it to respond to health challenges or other life circumstances which it needs to. The most basic way to improve the state of mind is to take up some sort of reflective practice or contemplation. We should spend 15 minutes a day, maybe 30 minutes a day ideally, in a quiet place which is free from distractions, where we're not distracted by external events. We need time to ourselves to experience the mind, begin to learn about it and how it functions. And this will also grant us time to simply relax and rest in the first instance, which is good for health. So we could examine a basic reflection practice now for 1 to 2 minutes. If you would like to sit or stand or lie as you wish, and just experience the mind and notice how it behaves over the next minute or so. One thing which will happen if one sits quietly like that is that the mind is guaranteed to change. There's no absolute stability to our state of awareness. Change is guaranteed. And this is good news with regards to our desire to potentially leave an experience behind, recover from the past, etc. Because it means that if personal evolution or personal transformation is essentially guaranteed as the mind refines itself, and continues to exist in time, the possibility of us recovering, leaving the past behind, etc., is essentially assured. We want to investigate consciousness with this work to understand what it is, how it functions. The more insight we realize into the phenomenon, the greater our skill level will become when it comes to changing ourselves, which is what we need to do. Healing is the art of change. Consciousness is a very real phenomenon. It's basically what the mind is made of. It's less substantial than a physical body structures like bones, for example. But there's a definite material reality to the mind. Another technique involves essentially sensing consciousness itself, using consciousness to experience oneself, or using the mind to experience the mind. And that is done simply by focusing in a certain way. You want to try and find your mind. Using the mind or using awareness. It's basically using the sense of touch internally. You can sense your own mind. So if you think, where is my mind? And then just try and experience what consciousness is. We're working with awareness, basically, and the more we understand it and realize that it's a genuine event and one which can change over time and hopefully grow healthier over time, the sooner we can start to use various techniques to improve the state of mind. And the first of these techniques is honesty, which is a very significant personal habit. It's simple, but essentially honesty represents an alternative and really the opposite to the possibility of suppressing emotions or suppressing ideas. Lots of therapeutic traditions talk about how suppressed sentiments are unhealthy. If consciousness doesn't move, if the emotions aren't regularly exercised, the body stagnates, essentially. It's not good for health, so we need to express ourselves clearly. And honesty is how we do that. You can work mentally and just allow the mind to express itself as it wishes to. That's fairly quiet, it's an internal practice. You can also verbalize your sentiments as and when it's appropriate. Expressing things vocally is healthy when suitable. But both help with mental health and emotional health. The throat is the human body's center of expression. It's where we communicate verbally from, of course. But this area will activate even if we're just working mentally and we don't speak. The personality is composed of many parts. It has ideas, opinions, memories, emotional states, attitudes, etc., our whole outlook in general. And honesty helps this all move and develop itself, basically. So the throat will activate even if one sits and meditates and just allows the mind to express itself. And that essentially translates into self-expression and the reduced possibility that we'll store our emotions in the body in unhealthy ways. So honesty is a very healthy practice. We can change 4 aspects of ourselves with it. The first is the mind, the second are our emotions, the third are sensations in the body, and the fourth are symptoms. If we begin with the mind, please just experience what the mind does if you allow it to express itself. Whatever's happening inside you mentally, allow it to occur, let thoughts take place, etc. And again, there'll be some sort of personal transformation which results you're not the same person you were 30 seconds ago. We're always becoming somebody else. You can work with thoughts in that way. If you allow the mind to just run its course, it will change itself. We can work with emotions as well. So these are centered more in the body. Thought takes place intellectually at the head level. Many emotions have their origin in the torso. So one needs to develop the skill of sensing beyond the mind, essentially using the mind to feel how the body is. So can you notice any emotional states within the body at all, any kind of feeling? Whatever is taking place, just allow it to do so in the same way that you allowed thoughts to happen. See if there's any corresponding change in the way the body feels or the way that the mind is behaving. All these three aspects of us affect each other. And then we can work with sensations, which are any kind of physical feeling you can pick up on, which is the result of normal physiological activity. It could be the parts of the torso moving as the breath takes place. It could be the general feeling in the body, how energetic or tired one feels, anything like that. Also feeling body structures with the mind, which is a skill in itself, feeling bones, feeling muscles, etc. Just let sensations take place. And also let symptoms take place. So if you have any disease states at all, or physical discomfort, headache, any kind of pain anywhere in the body, abnormal temperatures, this is a very good technique to use with the symptoms of illness in my experience. It really does help disease processes run their course, which again stops things from stagnating. So do you have any discomfort at all, any dysfunction physically speaking? Just sense what's happening, feel if there is pain, where is it? Use the mind to feel where it is, and then try and determine the quality of it to a certain extent. Is it moving? Is the area moving quickly or slowly? And does the body feel still? Is there a lot of activity there? Many people live with chronic pain and illnesses. The skill of allowing diseases to express themselves is actually very relevant to attempts at recovery. So hopefully that will have granted some basic insight into the cycles of the mind. One can allow internal activity to take place, and that basically it allows the self-healing intelligence of the mind and body to express themselves. We don't stay stuck. And we can use honesty as a quality. We can also use acceptance, which is similar. They lie in the same territory, but they are distinct, but they're both fairly passive. One uses acceptance to relate to pain or dysfunction or suffering, and it can be very helpful because one doesn't resist what's taking place within oneself, and we don't fight disease states or illness. So in your own time after the event, please experiment with acceptance if you wish to. Try and relate to those four aspects of yourself again: the mind, the emotions, physical sensations and physical symptoms, and just try and accept whatever's happening. If there are ideas taking place, allow them to take place. When you feel emotions of any kind, positive or negative, allow them to happen, and you'll learn more about them. And they'll also be improved in quality. The same applies with physical activity happening within the body. Now, what if one wants to move the experience on, accelerate the process of self-healing? We don't want to stay stuck in negative frames of mind. So there are other techniques we can use. One of them is called letting go. It involves basically using the mind to relate to any of the aspects of our experience that we were just considering. In the same way that we use the hand to let go of an object, one can let go of mental activity, for example, by using the mind, by releasing it with the mind. So we can experiment with these four aspects of ourselves again. And perhaps you would like to try and let go of them this time instead of just letting them happen. So with thoughts or ideas happening in the mind, can you notice what the mind is doing, what sort of condition it's in, and then just let go of its activity. Try and just open up the mind and release. It's very simple, but it's effective. It's a technique that's used to, a practice that's used to get rid of content that we don't want. If there's something about your mental health you don't want, quality, anxiety, for example, just try letting go of it, release it, see what happens. You have to participate in these states in order for them to continue to exist. So you withdraw attention, basically. And then, how about emotions? Okay, so we've had a basic insight into sensing the quality of the body or the quality of emotional activity that's happening inside the body using the intellect. Try experimenting with the same technique and feel what's happening. What kind of emotional state are you in? And once you can identify that to a certain extent, just let go. Open the mind up and see if you can just detach from a feeling which is happening. And now, sensations or symptoms. Do you have any discomfort in the body? Do you have any kind of stress or physical process which is taking place? Again, pain. Could be back pain, something like that. Could be abdominal issues, anything at all. Disease process you want to be free from. Try just to, can you detach from it? It shouldn't, hopefully doesn't sound too simplistic. But there is a genuine mechanism of interaction between the conscious mind and then disease activity which happens elsewhere in one's system. It's a two-way channel of communication, basically. Illnesses affect the mind also affects illnesses. So try and just let go of muscle tension or pain, etc. So after a few minutes of these kinds of practices, you may be feeling healthier, calmer, perhaps freer of mental activity that you wished to release. This is great news. This is a very, very basic introduction to this kind of work, just a few minutes practice. But you know, all of these techniques are skills. One must train them extensively to develop significant ability with them. But it's very much worth experimenting in your own time. Therefore, to recap, reflection, you know, contemplation practice, spending time by oneself, typically, allowing the mind to basically express itself. Then using honesty as a healing practice, letting all internal activity take place, and then letting go of undesired activity, any sort of states that we wish to heal. And the reason that this kind of training can lead to improved health and improved mental well-being, especially quite rapidly, is that the mind is inspired by and possesses the very same instincts that the body does in terms of the desire to heal itself, to survive and improve its condition. The body is obviously highly capable of self-healing. Much of the time it sews its own skin together. If it gets cut, it attempts to fuse broken bones back together. The mind does the same thing, basically. Consciousness wants to be well. It's a natural instinct. We can call this tendency the health instinct. And you'll probably notice it and discover it as you practice, that there is actually an instinctive, inherent desire to be well. The will to live is very much a natural feature of healthy psychology. And the better the mind, the better the condition the mind assumes, the more freely this can be expressed. Additionally, I think, I believe it's possible to stimulate this self-healing tendency and cause it to function in areas of the body we wish to heal, or other parts of our psychology. I think that if we focus, I found that if we focus in certain ways, you can basically connect the mind or the intellect with body parts, for example, more significantly and stimulate them and help them to heal. So we can try and work like that now. If there's anything you wish to address or improve, it could be part of your character, like an emotional state, depression, anger tendencies, these kinds of issues. Or it could be physical illness you want to work on, or a body part which isn't functioning well. Try and just think of the area. See if you can hold on your awareness on the area. If it's an emotion, try and sense where it is spatially. If it's a body part, then try and connect the mind with it by focusing on it. And then just hold your attention on the desired target for about a minute. And this is a very significant skill to train. If you have a joint problem, knee pain, shoulder problems, back problems, you are situated here. The problem is elsewhere, but there is a connection between the two. So can you basically run your awareness into parts of the body? And try doing that for a few minutes a day if you can, for several days, if you have some kind of pain, and see what happens in the area. You may well be pleasantly surprised. Anyway, thank you for tuning in today. This has been a limited introduction, but it hopefully will have offered some techniques for improved health. I've authored a book by the same title as today's event. This is an introduction to self-healing and healthy living in general. It recounts the story of how I recovered eventually. I used these kinds of methods to eventually recover from 15 years serious illnesses, which included post-viral fatigue syndrome, or ME, suspected Crohn's disease, colitis, acid reflux, hypothyroidism, and eventually psychological breakdowns. The digestive illnesses were severe, to say the least. I was disabled for 5.5 years. I starved during that time, and I lived with severe chronic pain for all of that time. So the effect on the mind was obviously devastating after some time. I had a number of psychotic episodes. I was sectioned during the worst of them. So I was very broken down and in a very damaged condition, psychologically and in body. For some time, it was difficult to believe that I possibly could recover, but I applied myself extensively. I used these kinds of meditation practices, and I achieved full recoveries in 2016. The book has a full chapter about mental healing, meditation, trance healing, and the like. It also has chapters on the importance of rest and sleep. spending time in nature and the benefits of doing so, nutrition, exercise, relationships and healing the heart center, the upper chest, which is our relationship center. The health of this area determines how well we relate to others, basically. So this is a very interesting subject of itself. There's a chapter about sexuality, one about natural healthcare, energy healing, these kinds of practices. I'm going to run a raffle today. If you're interested in winning a free copy of the book, please type the words book raffle in the live feed. I will then pick a winner after the event and contact them. There's also a promotion running while the first 100 copies of the book and the stocks of them last. If you book a healing session, either in person or at distance via video call, you're welcome to a free copy as well. You can visit me at williamghealer.com for more information about natural healthcare, spiritual training, body work, etc. Thank you very much for tuning in today. I hope it helps your health.
Hi, my name is Alec. I'm a youth worker with Malvern Youth Projects, Malvern Cube Youth Projects, and today I'm going to be talking about a self-soothe box, which is also known as a hope box or a calm box or an anxiety box or multiple different names. It's a technique that was originally used in cognitive behavioural therapy, but can be used in a variety of situations for anyone who finds that sometimes they have a hard time dealing with stress or anxiety. What it is it's a collection of items that you know help you when you're suffering. It can be grounding items, things that give you good memories, things that remind you of people that you currently have you can contact, or just things that make you feel happy. So I'm going to go through some examples of things and talk about how they can be used to self-calm. So to start with, it's just a simple rock, and you can use rocks or any other form of physical object for what's known as grounding. Grounding is when you're feeling stressed or dissociating or just overwhelmed in general. And what you do is you focus on a physical object, the texture, the temperature, the weight. Just put all your mind and energy in it and just let all your feelings and thoughts just vanish. So that's something that can be used for grounding. Other things that can be used for grounding are things with a strong taste. So for example, I've got some boiled sweets here. And what can be done with them is you just put one in your mouth, and instead of focusing on the texture, as with the rock, you focus on the taste, the feeling of it dissolving, things like that. And bring yourself just back to the physical world. All your stress and emotions, just let them be. And then if you're in a different sort of mood, then you can just have chocolate, which is slightly harder to eat slowly, focusing on the texture and taste of it, but can make you feel better. Other things that can make you feel better are things to do with self-care. And self-care is taking care of yourself at a very basic level. So I've got some hand cream here, and especially nowadays with COVID, many people find themselves overwashing or having anxieties around cleaning and safety. So hand cream can be something really helpful just to remind yourself to take care of your skin, to take a break, to just relax. The scent of hand cream can also be something. Maybe it's something that reminds you of a good time. Maybe a mother or a partner or a friend used it and the smell reminds you of them. Maybe it's just a smell you like. Other smells can come in the form of scented candles, soaps, bath bombs, anything like that. And they can also be used for self-care. And if you're in an area where it's safe to light fires, then visually fire can be a very good thing. So the same as with the other grounding techniques, just stare at the fire, focus on your breathing, focus on how the flame moves, the light it casts, the shadows. Just take a moment to breathe and be calm. When it comes to things like memories, you can include photographs, or you can have a journal. And there's a variety of different things. Some people use what's known as a gratitude journal, which is every time something good happens, you write it down. If someone says something nice to you, you write it down. Maybe even if it's a text or an email, you might print it out and include it or take a photo of it. And there are apps you can get for your phone that have gratitude journals built into them or are exclusively for that. And it's just about taking a moment to remind yourself of what's good in life. So if you're feeling stressed or upset, you can come back to the box and you know you've not got to hunt around for all the things. You can just focus on them and read back. You know exactly where they are. Other people might use it when they're feeling distressed, to get emotions out, to get thoughts out, feelings that you don't think you can say to anyone else or you don't feel safe admitting. And if you don't feel safe keeping them on the paper, you can just destroy it afterwards. Just tear it up, burn it, whatever you like. But getting emotions out of your head can be an incredibly helpful thing. Other people find drawing as an effective way to deal with emotions. So coloured pens, maybe you'd use a mindfulness book. There are many colouring books out there with detailed photos, so you can just forget about drawing effectively. You can forget about how talented you may feel you are and just focus on colouring in. Or if you do enjoy art, whether or not you think you're good at it, you can always draw something. You don't have to show anyone, you don't have to feel like you have to justify your skill. It's all about just getting your thoughts and feelings out of yourself. And there are other art forms. I myself do origami, which is shaping paper, and so I have a little kit that I can carry around with me with just paper inside. So if I'm feeling bored maybe, or if I'm feeling anxious, I can just take some paper out and have something to do with my hands that can focus and ground me. Other things to do with your hand include what's known as stim toys, which is short for stimulation. You may also see them sold as fidget toys. This one is called a tangle, and they're just basic shapes that you can move around in your hands and just have something to do. Just so a lot of people find when they're anxious that there's a lot of nervous energy inside them, and it can be helpful just to have some way of burning that out without worrying about maybe biting your nails or picking at your lips or something. That can be a good way of just bleeding out excess energy from yourself. Something else that's helpful to have is a list of contacts. Maybe it's people that you're close to, maybe it's friends, family, or maybe it's helplines. There are plenty out there. If you're not comfortable talking on the phone, then there are plenty out there that you can contact by text, by email, by web chat. And just having a reminder that they're there and they exist can be very helpful in sort of motivating yourself to look at it. And while the self-help box did originally come from therapy for teenagers and young people who may not have parents that they felt comfortable talking to, they may not have any other place in their house that felt like it was truly theirs and truly safe, anyone can use it. It doesn't necessarily have to be a box. You can keep it in a bag that you carry around with you if you know you're going into a stressful situation. It can be a drawer in your room that's just for the things that make you happy and less stressed. But traditionally it's a box, and many people find that they still like it as a box. If it's something that you enjoy, you could decorate it, whether that's just putting wrapping paper around it, whether that's drawing on it, painting it, making it something that's yours. And it's important to have a space that is yours, because when anxiety and stress start to build up, it can be hard to think, oh, well, last time I was drawing over there, so my drawing stuff is over there. Oh, but my candles, I keep them in the kitchen, and they're down there. Just keep everything together so that there's one less source of stress for you, trying to remember where everything is. And if you're not a teenager, you can still use it. If you have young children and you want to start working with them on things like grounding, mindfulness, emotional regulation, you can start at any age. Just keep a box in their room. Say, oh, well, this is where we can put some of your toys, and this is where we can put some things you like to do. So if you're feeling upset, first thing we can do is we can go to this box, we can take out something that makes you happy, and we can talk about why you're feeling upset. And teenagers generally are less likely to talk about why they're feeling upset, so that's why it's helpful to have things like journals or drawing pads, places where they can express themselves and not have to worry about being judged. And if you're an adult, it's absolutely fine to use it as well. It can be any age, any person, just as long as you've got things that make you feel better. And if there's anything else, oh, sorry.
Hello, welcome to our Malvern Town Council Health and Wellbeing Day, and I've come to do some yoga with you for 20 minutes, just a short yoga, but I want to know whether you have brought all of yourself with you, because I brought all of myself. So can you just check, because it's not very good if you've left anything behind. Nope, you've got everything. You've got your legs, your knees, your shins, your feet. Great. So can you sit like me? I wonder whether maybe you're standing up, maybe you're sitting on the settee. I wonder whether you can sit down like this, bring your knees together, and make a little hole for your bottom to go down between your feet. If you can't get it down, you can sit onto your heels and let yourself root down. And now imagine yourself reaching up into the sky and getting, your favourite star or planet, and bring it down into your hands. And imagine that you've got a piece of stardust inside of you. And look up and see that stardust up high. That's great. And stretch up your arms into the stars and look straight forward. Feel yourself being tall and rooting down. And then come and make yourself come taller. Oh, that's a bit taller, isn't it? Because I'm kneeling up now. I'm stretching my fingers up, but I think I could probably get a little bit taller. I'm going to have another go up. Oh, yes. How tall can you be? Can you be as tall as this? Stretching your arms up. I think I could be a little bit taller. I could go onto my toes and come up even taller than that. I could come up really tall, just like this, onto my toes. Can you get tall without falling over? Oh, perhaps you have to come down now and stretch your arms out to the side. I wonder if you can hide your hands, just like me. Hide them behind, and then they're still there, aren't they? I think they're still there. If I turn around, you can still see my arms are still there. Yep, they're still there, aren't they? Okay, now what about if they can go really wide and make your body come really narrow, your arms really wide, and squeeze your body in, and then make yourself become really wide with your legs and with your arms, and look up. Stretch your arms up again. Oh, it's quite difficult because your legs are wide. You can't get that height. So now you're going to have to stretch even more. Open your arms out. Oh, I think I'm holding a rainbow. From one palm to the other palm, I'm holding a rainbow. And I'm sure I'm underneath it. Yes, I'm looking up and I can see the colour. I'm going to follow it with my eye. There it is. It's right in the centre of my hand. So let's bring it in together and let's stretch that rainbow out. Look up, look to your right, and you're going to bring that down and come down for triangle pose, Trikonasana. And come up. Turn your right leg in and the whole of your left leg out. Stretch your arms out to the side. Turn your palms up and stretching them out. Look, oh, it is there again. I can see out to my palm. Yes, there's a rainbow. And down I come again for Trikonasana, triangle pose. And then breathe in and come up. Turn your feet and jump your legs together. Oh, right. I wonder whether, though, you're fit like this, wanting to get fit and healthy, because you've been given this one body and you need to look after it. So we need to keep it fit and strong. So we'll do some little jumps to start us off with. You're ready to do some small jumps. Oh, and now can you do some really big jumps? Really high. And then bring your legs out wide, and then bring them back in together, and bend down, and jump your legs really wide, and back in together. And now bend your leg up, and the other one, up it comes, and up, up, and then rest, Okay, and then jump your legs wide again and be like a warrior. Turn your right leg out to the side and bend your knee down like a strong warrior. Come up, turn your toes to the front and out to the other side. Bend down and up you come. And then to this side again. And let's see how many we can do. Put your hands on your hips and perhaps we could do 5 of them. Ready, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then stretch your arm over your head and come up. Turn that foot in, this foot out. Ready. Hands onto your hips. Stretch them out again. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and stretch your arm over your head. And up you come. Turn your toes and jump your feet together. Okay. Now, can you come down and touch the mat in front of you, but look and head. Or perhaps you don't have a mat, you can just touch the floor. That's fine. And then can you turn to one side, put your hands near the front, and then walk your feet back. But can you do it on your tiptoes? So you stay high up, oh, so you don't collapse yourself down. So how high can you be? Stretching your legs and then walking forward again. Look forward and then come back on those tiptoes, staying high, just like a dog pose. So this is like the dog pose, Adho Mukha Svanasana, head down dog. Oh, but sometimes the dogs want to stretch and they lie forward and they put their heads up. And then sometimes they put their heads down. Adho Mukha Svanasana. Svanasana is the dog pose. And Urdhva, upwards, Mukha Svanasana. So, and they like to do it lots of times. So can you roll and back and roll forward and back and forward and back. And then this time, jump your legs forward, arms beside, stretch the arms up. Oh, great. So I wonder whether you can do another one in all of that. So we're going to add on some movement. So you want it to be like a head down, getting your head down for the dog, and then rolling yourself up. Now, can you come down and hover yourself over the floor? And then come up. Oh, pretty tricky. Hover yourself over the floor, very strong. Perhaps you collapse down completely like this. Don't worry, can you hover yourself? Lift yourself up. Oh, you've collapsed. Hover yourself over the floor. Hover yourself. And then look up and back. And come forward and up you come again. Oh, so you might have found it quite difficult to hover. Now, can we do some balancing onto one leg? So stand onto your left leg and then walk up your right leg. Walk up your right leg. Press your right foot into your left leg and stretch your arms straight up. And then come down. And then the left leg. Up it comes. Up the foot comes. Oh, it's a bit windy. We're wobbling. Perhaps you're wobbling all over the place. Perhaps you need another chance. So you have to find somewhere to look. Gaze straight ahead as if you're the bird at the top of the tree, looking straight out. Perhaps you're really wobbling. And then come down. You want to have another chance to go on that other side again. Okay, press your legs down, walk your foot up and make your leg become really strong. Lift that leg up. Press the foot into the standing leg. And can you stretch your arms straight up? Oh, I'm sure that's much better the second time. Your tree trunk is much firmer. Mine is much stronger the second time. My foot's pressing down. I'm really thinking about how to balance. All I can think about is how to balance and stretch and breathe like a tree. Oh, and down we come. Now, if you really couldn't balance, and I was pretending that you could balance, then you could go and hold on to something. So you could find something in your house and balance, because you don't want to be wobbling over like a tree, but perhaps you're going to try that challenge. So last time, left foot coming up, stretching it up, and then lengthen your arms up, 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 and look up. Looking up to the fingers. And then down. Oh, I think you balanced very well the last time. Okay, so now you've got good at balancing on one leg. I wonder whether you'd like to have a go at balancing on one leg again, like a moon, so like the half moon. So we're going to take our foot to be in line with the, if we had a mat, it'd be in straight line with the front edge of the mat. And the hand has to go back to make a little bit of balance. And can you lift this leg up? Now, it might look a little bit like, oh, I'm wobbling again, okay? But then as you make this leg strong, and you make your body strong, lifting that leg, don't worry if you're wobbling a lot, just see where the wobble is, and can you take it away as you stretch up the top arm. Half moon pose, Ardha Chandrasana. That's on the right hand side. So now we better do it on the other side, because otherwise our right side of our body will be feeling all good and our left side of our body will be feeling a bit sad. We need to do both sides. So because we want to give something good to both bits of our body, to be fair. So let's take onto the left leg. Oh, can we get the balance? All you have to think about is stretching that leg, stretch that back leg, stretch it out from the inside, open the chest, lift up. How's your balance coming? Stretch your top arm up, make your palm face me. Make your palm face me and wave it like mine. If I have it behind, then you can't see it. So wave your palm and then open it out. That's a long balance. I think we better come down. You'll all be falling over. And then come up and feet together. Oh, it's very straight. Could put a line straight down, and we're not doing one thing on one side and one thing on the other. Let's think of another pose where we're very, very straight. Like a butterfly. Baddha Konasana, butterfly. So feet are together and the knees are apart and looking up, and then start to come forward. Stretch your body forward and then shoot your legs out to the side. Shoot your legs out, lift up and turn towards your right leg and walk your hands along either side of your leg. Take your head down, come up, back to the centre, and then turn to the other side and come down. Hello leg, thank you for taking me all round wherever you've been today. Are you doing well? Up you come, back to the centre, oh, and bring the feet together. Now I think some of you here might be wanting to do something a little bit challenging. So we're going to come up and we're going to balance like this. Okay, so now if that's enough for you to balance like this, that's fine. But I wonder if you'd like to take your feet a little bit apart. And you're going to bring your hands in between your legs, and your hands come on at the outside of your feet. Your hands come on the outside of your feet and you sit on your arms. Okay, so sitting onto your arms, or you're falling over, and then you're going to lift up your feet and look forward and balance. Now, if that was very difficult, don't worry, because you could do that one, be like a frog, you could be like a butterfly, or you could stretch out because it's your body. Okay, so let's see how quickly, we haven't got much time left now, so let's see how many of these we can do. So let's start from the butterfly, out to the side, Upavista Konasana, and then we're going to do the Malasana. I think it's like a frog. Okay, but it's a crouching down. And then we're going to take our arms through and we're going to come up and up we come. And perhaps some of you can cross your legs and look forward as well. But if you're not doing this one, don't worry. And then come back, touch the toes, feet on the floor. Perhaps you're just waiting for those people who like to balance like that. And then down we come, feet together, stretch your legs up, and out we go again. Stretch your legs in front, and then pull one leg back, and back to the center. And then pull the other leg back, and back to the center. And then bend up your right leg and hold your knee and lift up and turn towards that bent leg. And back to the center. And bend up your left leg, hold your knee and turn towards your left leg and back to the center. And then bring up your right foot and bring it on top. And draw that down. And then we start to sit like the yogis were sitting. Crossing our legs and stretching our arms up tall. Down. Release the left leg, release the right leg, and then bend up the left leg. Bring in the right leg, bring this up and stretch your arms up and then down. Release your legs out in front and then you're going to be like a tortoise. So put your knees bent, put your arms out to the side. Okay, so you're bending up your knees, oh my goodness. So you've got your hands out to the side, look straight forward, and you're going to come forward and hide yourself away. Now the legs might not straighten at all, you might be high up like this, but hide your head in, hide your head in. If you can press yourself down, press yourself down. And then come up, you can stay there for a long time, you can cross your legs even, and then we're going to make a bridge. So lie on your back, lift up your hips like this. Lifting up, lift the back body, curve it down. Stretch your legs straight out. Put your arms over your head. Look up at the ceiling, but look more towards the point above your feet rather than behind you. Put your arms down beside your body. How still can you be? Very still and quiet. And then bring your hands to your tummy. Bend your knees. Roll to the side. And come up with your legs crossed. And bring your hands together. Okay.
Hello, my name's Kelda. I'm a homeopath. I've been working for almost 15 years now, and I practice mainly in Malvern, although obviously everything is online at the moment, so I seem to have clients from some of them international actually, which is kind of interesting. I also teach, and we're setting up a college of homeopathy in the Midlands, which is going to be based at Bransford initially. And I've also been teaching, I think Trafford House are speaking next, and I've been teaching a gut health course with them. But what I'm talking about today is homeopathy as a tool for change. And this was something I thought about several years ago, because I was trying to work out what I wanted my practice to be and how I wanted to use homeopathy. And the way that I found, what inspired me about homeopathy is it allows people to move through things that are causing them problems. And I think that sometimes in the West we see health as the absence of disease. We think as long as we haven't got any particular symptoms, we're doing okay. But I look at it slightly differently, because I think in some ways that separates us from the process of well-being. The way I look at symptoms is they're sort of messages from the body. So it's a bit like the oil light coming on in your car. If the oil light comes on in your car, you have two options. Well, you have several options really, but you could top up the oil, or you could take the bulb out of the light and it would have the same effect, the light would go off. But one's going to result in your car running quite happily for a number of years, and the other one is going to result in your car grinding to a halt quite quickly. And I think symptoms are a bit like that. They're the body's way of showing us that something's wrong. And there's a woman called Louise Hay who's written a lot of books and done a lot of work, but she says that the body is a mirror of our thoughts and beliefs. So she says that every single illness we have is created by something that has happened to us, and that everything we manifest as symptoms is something that's reflected in something that goes on in everyday life. And so partly I think that when we're trying to get back to health, which is what we're all hopefully trying to do, it's partly about being aware of what our body's trying to tell us, and then also coming to a state of acceptance, because we can't change what we don't accept. If we're in denial about something, we're never going to be able to change. So it's awareness, acceptance, and then change from there. And we can tell that the body is influenced by what we think, because just imagine that you're sitting quite happy and relaxed and everything seems fine in the world, and then suddenly someone rings with some bad news, or you see something horrible on the television, or someone shouts at you. Your body language immediately changes. You might tense up, you might slump, something's going to happen, something's going to change. So we can see really quite immediately that what we think and what we feel has an impact on our body. There's a lovely Hindu word which is swasthya, and I hope I've pronounced it right. Because what it means broadly is health, but it means much, much more than just health. It means the one who has settled within himself, the one who has reached himself. And I think that's a good place to be in terms of being sort of able to reach our sort of fullest potential in life. And then there's lots and lots of reasons that we don't really want to acknowledge different parts of ourselves and different patterns within ourselves. There's an amazing book by a woman called Debbie Ford, and it's called The Dark Side of the Light Chasers. And in it, she describes a gigantic castle, a castle with almost infinite rooms. And every single one of those rooms is different. And that castle represents us when we're born. So we have almost infinite possibilities. We have all different aspects of ourselves. And then as we go through our lives, people come in and they say, we don't like that room, it's a little bit bright. We don't like that room, it's a little bit loud. We don't like that room, it's a little bit boring. Not sure about that room, it's got too big of windows. Not sure about that room, we don't really like the colour scheme. And so we gradually shut down the different rooms in our lives until we're left with a few sort of fairly comfortable, fairly universally acceptable rooms. And we kind of minimise ourselves in that way. And so she says that getting back to being whole, to being well, is to rediscover all those rooms, all those different aspects of ourselves that maybe someone's told us isn't so desirable. And this is what happens when we're children, of course, and I'm a parent, I do it as well. You know, you're being a bit loud, you're being a bit this, you're being a bit that, you know, for all the right reasons. You can't behave like that in this place, you can't behave like that in that place. But the message we get is that bits of ourselves are not acceptable. And so we tone ourselves down and we minimize ourselves and we make ourselves smaller. But the problem is that all of those bits of ourselves are still there, and sometimes they want to reach out and they want to be seen again. And so this journey to health is about sort of learning about ourselves and accepting the totality, and then going forwards to fulfill our true potential in whatever we want to do. So if you have a physical symptom or a troublesome feeling or just feel stuck, I would see that as an indicator that something's blocked or imbalanced inside. And we also do it to ourselves. We sort of have this habit of labeling emotions as being good or bad. It's like anger's bad. But, you know, anger can be a really dynamic force. Anger, when it's used in the right place, can stop people taking advantage of you, can protect you, can be a force for change if you're feeling, you know, frustrated with yourself, as long as it's not stuck, as long as it moves on into something more productive. You know, and it's all about the words that we use. You could call someone stubborn, or you could call them determined. You could say that they were a pushover, or you could say that actually they were really compassionate and wanted to help. You know, we just have different ways of looking at things, and I think as soon as we label them in a negative light, we start to not accept them. We don't like that bit about ourselves, so we try and get rid of it, or try and minimize it, or try and hide it. And you're probably by now wondering what this has got to do with homeopathy. So the way that I use homeopathic remedies, and when you come for a consultation, the first consultation is quite an in-depth process. I don't just ask about what your physical symptom is, because everyone manifests physical symptoms in different ways. You know, no one person has the same cold as another. Some people have colds that really go to their chest. Some people have colds that make them feel bunged up. Some people feel irritable. Some people feel a bit, you know, low. Some people want company. Some people don't. People are different in almost every respect. So the first consultation is really finding out exactly what that person is, how they work, what makes them different to everyone else, what makes them unique, what makes their symptom picture unique. And the way that it works is that once I've built up a picture of how people are, then I match the remedy to them. And remedies have what is called a picture associated with them. That's what homeopaths call it anyway. But a picture is basically just a set of symptoms which that remedy has been known to help with. So I match the person that I see to the remedy that I have. And then that's kind of when the magic starts. That's what I find really exciting about homeopathy. The first bit's a bit kind of, you know, takes a while to work it out sometimes. But what the remedies seem to do, and this is something that we weren't taught, this is just something I've observed through my practice over all those years, is that the remedies somehow seem to act as a bit of a bridge between being in a place where we are not aware of what's happening, to realising, and then being able to sort of access realisations regarding patterns or things that need changing in our lives. And they also act as a catalyst to allow us to make changes. And they also have a physical symptom, a measurable physical symptom. So they stimulate the body to heal itself in lots of ways, partly because they can stimulate organs in the body. So if you have sluggish digestion or sluggish liver, then they can stimulate that to work. They also just change the state of the body into one that is unblocked and can heal itself again. So they're very... They work in a very subtle way. They're not... Yeah, it's quite intangible sometimes how it's worked. And I had a client just yesterday, actually, and she said, I don't really know how this has worked, but this has changed, and this has changed, and this has changed. And sometimes the changes that we see are not really the changes that the person's come in to talk about in the first place. So people might come in with symptoms of, who knows, headaches, say, and obviously I'd look at the headache and I'd prescribe a remedy that matched the symptoms of that headache. But what people also find is that their energy changes, their sleep patterns change. For females, the menstrual cycle changes, digestion changes. It's like it rebalances the whole body in a way. And to me, that makes perfect sense, because I don't think you can just treat a headache without treating the rest of the body. You know, the head might be aching because of a digestive issue, or because of a structural issue, or because of an emotional issue, tension, anger, emotions, grief. I don't see that you can separate them. So when I look at my clients and work with them, I'm looking at all aspects of them. I don't just look at the headache. The headache on its own is probably, as I said earlier, a symptom of something else that's underlying it. The remedies can also help clear toxicity from the body. So if there is a problem of accumulation of something that we don't want, I mean, we live in a terribly polluted environment, sadly, but we do. People have mercury fillings, people have had antibiotics, they've had long-term drug use. And I truly believe that drugs have their places, but some of them do have unpleasant side effects. So sometimes there are residues of things in our body, even pesticides from foods, things that might have happened to us when we were children, exposure to chemicals at work, exposure to chemicals in the home. We have an awful lot of toxicity. And what the remedies can do is they can help your body detox from those things. And when you're not carrying around so many toxins, your body can actually function a lot better. It's like the poor old liver has so much to do on a daily basis simply by coping with the sort of environmental toxins and the things that we eat and all of those sorts of things. If it gets a little bit overloaded, it can really struggle, and then when the liver's struggling, it affects all sorts of things: sleep, mood, even the ability to make decisions to a certain extent, because it's associated with the central chakra in our body. Well, the solar plexus chakra is not the central chakra, sorry. And that part of our body, that energetic center in our body, is the one that gives us the drive and the will to go forwards. But when it's blocked, it can cause anger. So when I see people with liver issues, often they have anger, indecision, feelings of powerlessness. So I look at all sorts of things when I'm working with people. And the other really exciting thing from my point of view, and I have to be careful what I say, because maybe what excites a homeopath isn't what excites everyone else, but we have, and scientists are beginning to look at this as well, they're beginning to look at epigenetics, which says that trauma and other experiences can be passed down genetically, and I think it goes up to about 7 generations. So we are not just ourselves, we inherit predispositions to certain diseases, predispositions to certain behavioural patterns, but we also inherit genes that are switched on or off depending on what our ancestors have gone through. And homeopaths, so homeopathy's been around for about, well, over 200 years now, quite a long way over 200 years now. And they would refer to it as miasms. So we call them miasms, which just means a taint, basically, which is quite a horrible word. But so we would refer to that as a miasm. So a miasm is a predisposition to a certain set of illnesses, basically, and it's due to inherited issues. And another thing that the homeopathic remedies can do, if you use the right ones, is they can help release that. And the point is that once you've released toxicity, emotional blocks, inherited problems, resolve some of the things that are going wrong within an organ, you actually free up a huge amount of energy in the body. And that's partly why the body is able to heal itself, but then it's also partly why you get all these other amazing changes, because the body starts to function how it's meant to, and the mind starts to function how it's meant to, and the emotions start to be more freely expressed. A lot of people say, if I get angry now, I'll never stop being angry, but it doesn't work like that. Once you start releasing things, they clear, and then they move on, and then they can be used in a healthy way. And it's basically comes from living in a more integrated way. It takes an awful lot of energy to hide bits of ourselves. The same book, The Dark Side of the Light Chasers, she said, just imagine you've got a grapefruit in your hand and you have to try and hide it all day, and you have to hide it from everyone else, and you have to hide it from yourself. She said, imagine how much energy that is, and then think of your issues as grapefruits or any other type of fruit. And she said, this is what we do, we hide things and we juggle, and it takes an awful lot of energy up. And so that is what I find exciting about homeopathy, because I think it helps bring all of the sort of disparate parts of ourselves back together, and it helps resolve underlying physical issues, underlying emotional issues, and it just helps people recognise and clear through their patterns And it just brings me so much joy when I see people leave my consultation room and say, thank you, I feel like myself again. That's the absolute best news I can possibly have.
Evening, everybody. I'm Craig Trafford.
And I'm Paula Trafford.
And it's great to be here at the Malvern Wellbeing Fair 2021. We used to be in a marquee up on Rosebank, which is always really nice because you can get closer to people then. So we're going to present a little bit to you this evening about some of the work that we do, and indeed some of the work which by circumstance we've kind of been almost forced to do, because this time last year we were about to open a CBD oil company around about the end of March, early April, wasn't it?
We'd already started it, but we were
going to launch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and basically what happened was this whole COVID thing and lockdown, so we were kind of forced to transform our business into an online business. And that has become traffordhouse.net. It used to be the Trafford House Calm Centre, and it still is in many ways, but we've basically shifted everything online. So we're going to talk a little bit about that for you this evening, and just talk about what we offer to people and why people come and work with us online on some of our classes and courses. To begin with, we'd like to just sort of see if we can get you in the mood. And you might notice there's a little sunshine and a little tree here in the background. So as you can see, daylight comes and the daylight goes. So it's just a nice little thing to get you in the mood. So when you see the sun going down, if you can just breathe in, and when the sun comes up, just let go, breathe out. And
if you breathe in through nose and mouth, and breathe out through the nose and mouth, this is a really good way of calming your body because it's connecting body and mind. In, out.
So just calming the nervous system a little, just calming the central nervous system so that this time in the evening it's nice to relax. And we'll do this ourselves a few times a day, not necessarily with this app, of course, but we'll do it a few times a day ourselves. So, as I was saying, we're from the Trafford House Calm Centre, and as you'll see, we're moving to the next position. You'll see that the curtains open to reveal the very small team that we've got. And do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Paula Trafford. I'm a natural health practitioner in quite a few different modalities. And since we've been online, I've been teaching Pilates, and I specialise in functional Pilates and Kumye, Tibetan yoga, relaxation, mindfulness and meditation, and massage. So that's what I've been offering online. And Craig?
So I'm a stress management trainer. I'm also a kinesiologist, and I work with strengthening body-brain connections. I'm also an advanced EFT practitioner, that is tapping, so that's kind of like acupuncture without the needles. And we do a lot of emotional work and mental health work using those techniques and those methods. We also have Victoria, who's one of our recent additions, and she is our finance manager. And we've also got Nicole, who's come on, and she's going to be our marketing manager after she comes out of Worcester University, hopefully with qualifications. So there's something here that you'll be able to look at, and I want you to just sort of try and work out what you think that means. What is that word that's hidden? And we'll reveal in the next instance. Okay, so yes, most of us are going to think what we usually all think, but stress is the word that we're looking for. And the reason that we're talking about stress is because at the Trafford House Calm Centre, our task is to relax everybody. And there are many reasons for that, but after the year that we've all had, I think we could all do with tons and tons of relaxation. So what we're showing in this particular little mind map here is just a bit of an outline of some of the stressful situations that people can go through. So you have things like relationship difficulties, and these kind of things have been happening for everybody for the past few months, you know, as we've all been sort of locked in close proximity,
I think
isn't
what
it?
Craig and I realised about 10 years ago was there was a stress epidemic going on,
Yeah.
and we've just seen it get more and more and more into, you know, there's so many ways that people are getting stressed. And if we're looking at the mind map, and if we just take the whole pandemic situation, sudden changes, if we start on there, the sudden changes, and then move round to serious challenges. So the sudden change was we suddenly went into lockdown. Serious challenges, a lot of people lost their business, didn't know what to do, they might have had their kids at home, financial hardship. Discrimination, so that could have gone on with, are you going to wear a mask, are you not going to wear a mask, are you going to have the vaccine, not have the vaccine, and all these other ways of being discriminated. Are you going out the house for a walk? So all of those create stress, feelings of isolation, people have been on their own a lot, having to change your schedule, and neighbours' relationships, and then going into relationship difficulties. And that's just looking at what's happened in the last year. You know, relationship difficulties, we've all been living with perhaps either no one, so there's been people being very lonely, or on top of the family and in a small space. So just in this last year, stress will have just skyrocketed.
Now, stress is affecting us all, and it's affecting us all in a massive way. It was bad enough before, before the pandemic, as it's been called. And there's a lot of people suffering mental health issues, emotional problems, anxiety and depression. And it's also, it's been a costly time for a lot of people as well. And relationships have been hit hard, but also bodies have been hit hard. You know, whether you've had COVID or whether you've had negative results because life's become more sedentary in a way, you haven't been out working, or, you know, those kind of things. Stress has hit you, and it's hit us all hard. And it's really important to understand that stress is the #1 killer of all people, all over the world. Our task is to relax everybody so that we can get past that, so that we can actually live the life that we actually want. And what we've found, I think, is that most people want and need pretty much the same thing. You know, most of us want freedom from pain, for example.
And just to say, we think of stress as being a mental and emotional thing, but it really hits the body.
Yeah.
It really makes the body decay. It puts the body into an acidic state and causes inflammation. So a lot of body problems are stress related.
Yeah.
And I think the statistics are about 45 to 50% of people have put on weight during this pandemic situation.
Yeah.
So that's again going to cause stress. They'll have gone into more sedentary lifestyle, perhaps not doing the same things, but you know, all of these things then have a knock-on effect.
Yeah, and from what we've gathered from people who come and work with us, people who come and join our classes, are that they also want a wonderful health fitness levels. And the reason why we call it health fitness is because we're not overtraining. We're not trying to train people to be athletes. There are levels of fitness that you can get to that will give you a nice, long, healthy life. So we're kind of, whilst you come on our classes, you will have to put in some effort, but you won't be overtraining like quite often you find people in the gym doing. So we call it health fitness just to distinguish it from athletic fitness, I think, don't we?
Listening to your body is in everything that we teach.
Yeah.
Really listening.
And people want increased energy as well. And you can get that when you learn to relax and you learn to move your body properly, you can get increased energy levels. You can also attain peace of mind, carry an inner peace with you that you know you can access anytime you want as well. That's quite useful, especially as people have been so challenged over the past few months. Also, through the classes and courses that we teach, people have been enjoying improved relationships, and some of the techniques we use are so old. They're the techniques that have been used for thousands of years, certainly some of the Eastern techniques, to improve longevity, so to improve your lifespan and your enjoyment of your life whilst you're living it.
And if you're having good relationships with whoever, even if it's work colleagues, you feel better. If you're having stressful relationships, whether it's children's, parents, partner, work, you know, that causes stress. It's a really big thing, having good relationships. It's a wonderful thing to be having good relationships with everybody.
So we found people want to be out of this stressful situation, and we think we've got some of the tools that you might easily benefit from. This being another one. So let's just take a bit of a breather again, because as the sun goes down, we breathe in. It's a lot to take in, and as the sun comes up, we breathe out. As the sun goes down, we breathe in.
Breath is so important. You can feel just with these 3 breaths has an instant calming effect.
And really, calm is so important to us in these times, because this is the place from which we can move outwards into our lives. So we're now just going to show you a little glimpse of what happens when we take a kind of a low energy approach to life. Apathy, depression and procrastination can result. And of course that ends in a lack of satisfaction and fulfillment. So we want to move past that. And that's what our online classes and courses are designed to do, to help you to move past those kind of lack of life energy, lack of enjoyment and fulfillment in your life. So you've probably got plenty of time to read that yourselves at some point. We're going to put this up on the website, I think, after. So you can access this again and again. Thanks to Malvern Town Council, you've got a great store to look at now. It's a great store of useful things to look at.
Just one thing to say that was on the last slide. Our ethos is for our business is people first, then planet, and then profits. Obviously every business wants to make a profit, but we're putting it not at the front. We're putting people first, then the planet, and then profit.
Yeah.
As we feel this is the right order.
Okay, so we think we've got lots of solutions to many of today's modern illnesses and issues and problems, and they're gentle solutions, and they do require effort and they do require daily practice. So, you know, if you just stop and breathe in the way that we've been doing through some of the slides, then that is a daily practice that can help you transform your life and help bring more calm, and therefore suffuse the body with happy hormones rather than the stress hormones we've all been kind of exposed to for the past 12 months. So if you just become aware of the fact that the body is filled with stress, and we've had so many stressed messages over the past 12 months, it's got to go somewhere. We've got to let it go somehow. Breathing is the first point, which is why we've sort of taken you through the little sunrise, sundown section. Just a little glimpse here of Paula in action, and another glimpse of Paula in action as well. So this is you doing your Pilates, isn't it?
It's me doing Pilates, and just to say, the functional Pilates that I do is making sure that when you use your body, so if I just show you with my arms, just cue to me, yeah. So for instance, most of the forms of way we move is forwards and backwards. We go side to side as well, and the other way is maybe twisting, but mostly we go forward and back. So if we imagine the bicep here, that as the muscle, I'm just using this as an example. So that's the belly of the bicep. So the bicep's also got a bit there and a bit at the top and a bit either side. So when we're doing bicep exercise, we're just using the belly of the muscle. So what I do with my exercises is I'll make sure that you're doing exercises to work, if we're saying the bicep, or the shoulder, this way and that way. So we do this as well. So whatever exercise we're doing, and I'm just using this as an example, you're making sure that you're getting to the lengths and ends of the muscle and the width of the muscle. And what that does is it helps to prevent injury, because most injuries are caused because the muscle isn't strong enough. So that's something I really focus on with the Pilates, is making sure that you have long lean muscles, but that you've worked all of the muscle, not just the belly of the muscle. So to really help with preventing injury, and it's really good as well for rehabilitation. But we could do that with all sorts of muscles, even the waist and the stomach and the legs. So you're not just getting one with the quads, the front of the leg. So that's Pilates, and then with the Kumye, which I'm teaching here from home, it's Tibetan yoga, mindfulness, movement meditation. There's self-massage. There's various parts to it, even Kumye speech. And this is Craig.
And the Kumye speech, just to say, that's 2,500 years old Tibetan yoga, mindfulness and relaxation. Paul is one of only 400 or so teachers around the world, and it's an incredible method. It's an incredible daily practice. It's very gentle, extraordinarily powerful.
But it's also where mindfulness came from.
It's
so it's an origin of a lot of things, including massage. So the massage part of it actually is amazing. We do self-massage, and as a massage therapist and aromatherapist, particularly being in lockdown, people not having touch, you've got, you're able to actually give yourself a massage, and we work through. We've just done 4 weeks on the face, so we've actually ended up doing about 4.5 hours over the last 4 weeks doing face massage, which sounds, how could you spend an hour doing that? But it goes, the hour goes so quickly, and you're giving yourself a little mini facelift and getting rid of all sorts of things in the face. I got rid of some dental trauma, for instance, with one of the points, but there's all sorts
that you've been holding for years. So it's been stored in there for years.
So there's all sorts of points, and it's a fascinating topic. I'll move on to Craig.
Traumas are stored in the body for a long time from childhood, and they're part of what affect us and shorten our lifespans. So it's important to deal with those things through some of the techniques that we use. So there's a picture of me showing people how to self-energy test there. So you're testing for whether your electrical energy is switched on or off during a situation. Another picture will be showing a group of people tapping together. So that's tapping itself. This is how we do the emotional work, and that is that's basically it's acupuncture without the needles, I think is one of the best ways of putting that. So they're some of the techniques that I work with. I tend to work more with the energy body, and the energy body includes things like your electrical energy, your magnetic energy, your chi energy. Together, we work with every aspect of our whole being, really. Paula does a lot of body work, and I do a lot of self-electrical work. There's a little glimpse of how many offerings that we have on the site. So it just, if you come over to traffordhouse.net, you'll be able to access a website that's got some good information for your own well-being. And I think we'll come again, and because there's so much information to absorb in such a short time, we'll come again to this breathing technique. So if you want to just settle yourself down, and as the sun rises
Breathing out. Breathing in, slowly, deeply, feeling your body relaxing. So simple.
And so as you're doing that, what the effect that you're actually having is, as you'll see, you're calming and reorganizing this. Which is ourselves, and this. So your energy body sort of looks like this. It's not purple, but I think this is just so that we can see it. So your energy body is like walking around in a huge donut. Homer Simpson was right. Donuts are everything. So yes, so more and more technology nowadays is able to see what the universe is made up of, and we're kind of made up of this sort of stuff. So we have electrical energy inside us, but we also have an electrical body that we walk around in, and we have other ways of supporting the free flow of energy in and around the body. And we run another company called Be Calmer CBD. So as you can probably tell, we're all about the calm. So our mission is to relax everybody. And when people can't, for whatever reason, or don't want to do the daily practice, or don't want to do exercise or those kind of things, some people use CBD in order to help themselves do that at home. Some people just like to take something extra, something natural. So we felt that CBD was the only substance that we wanted to work with, didn't we? It's the only thing that we found contained every element. This picture of us is just showing you at the Fold Market. We've been regulars at the Fold Market, and that's one of the pictures of us. And so, as you can see, the endocannabinoid system, the body's endocannabinoid system, is the system that's actually affected by this product that comes directly from the hemp plant, the industrial hemp plant or agricultural hemp plant. So you can see that some of the main brain functions are affected by taking CBD oil. We take it in a kind of dropper or paste format. And the decision-making, cognition, emotional, learning and memory aspects of the brain are affected by how calm you are.
A little bit of a backstory of how we got into it. Our son has got ADHD, and we were told by the doctors if we didn't put him on Ritalin, then they'd have to just sign us off. So I just said, right, we'll sign us off, because as we're natural health practitioners, we chose not to put him on a drug. And we looked and looked and looked for alternatives and came across CBD, and it just worked amazingly. And we called it his calming drops. And the teachers at school would say these calming drops are really working. And one school actually allowed us, because they wear off. It's a little bit like taking a painkiller. After a few hours they wear off. So after lunch and he'd eaten, they would have worn off. And they said we can just tell such a massive difference with these CBD. So we knew that we'd found something that was really working, and that, okay, we're going to have to get this in regularly to support him through his education. So that's why we got involved with CBD, and it's just gone from strength to strength. I'm one of the first people in the country to be qualified to use CBD in my treatments. It's had a profound effect on our family.
Yeah, I think everything we do is based on personal experience, isn't it? And positive responses that we've had to overcoming our own sort of personal challenges, whether it's been you know, for us as individuals or for members of the family and friends.
Because there is a CBD muscle balm, which is just wonderful on sore muscles. And so when you do the Communier massage, again, you can use that on your shoulders or on your neck, and it's just it's a lovely way of relaxing you. And it just, again, adds more relaxation into an already relaxing thing.
And knowing that we're coming sort of close to the end of the presentation, we're just going to zip you in a very calm way, of course, through through the information about CBD. So the endocannabinoid system, which is stimulated, the calming system in the body, which is stimulated by CBD oil, can have massively beneficial effects for people. But also this wonderful plant from which CBD comes can also give us 50,000 different uses. So we're going to zip through a few of these uses now. As you see, most of us know our uses of hemp from... Yeah, we can go past that as well, because that's fine.
There we go.
And yeah, there you go. So there's so from textiles to building materials, industrial textiles and paper, lots and lots of uses of CBD. We'll just show you a couple now as we come through. The thing that you can see there, everybody's used to hemp rope. And of course, probably you wouldn't know this, the first car to be made entirely of hemp was made by Henry Ford. And you can also make clothing out of hemp. Other uses hemp has: a house. There's a whole house made from hemp. Every single part of that house is made from hemp. And here's another house entirely made from hemp. And it's 3 times stronger at withstanding earthquakes than virtually any other material in the building industry. Some little bits and pieces also made from industrial hemp. And finally, the world's first aeroplane made entirely from and powered entirely by hemp. So what kind of, it's a miracle plant. As far as we're concerned, it's a wonderful miracle plant. And farmers in this country are wanting to be able to grow and use every part of the plant. So I think it's really important because it can clean up the soil. It's actually been used around Chernobyl to remediate the soil and clear up all the heavy metals and the radioactive soils there. So it's a wonderful plant. And I think it's great. It's great to support farmers in growing and using every aspect of the plant.
Is that 50,000 uses?
At least 50,000 uses that we know of so far. There's even hemp batteries, so it seems to be able to do everything. Anyway, that's I think that's us just about finishing, and it's been really good actually, sort of taking you through a very quick journey of some of the work that we do, and also we're kind of really grateful, I think, in some ways that this situation came along, because it's forced us as a business to pivot very quickly and to attempt to serve our community in the best way that we can as Trafford House Calm Centre. So if you fancy a free class, please just come onto the website. Looking for the very last one now. Come onto the website. We'll go past this one, and we'll come onto the very last one. And there you go. That's the free classes one. So if you fancy coming on a free class, just get in touch with us. hello@traffordhouse.net and mention Malvern Wellbeing Fair 2021, and you'll get a free class of your choice.
Yeah, and on the website there's an introduction to Communier. There's I think there's a free class on there that's a recorded one. There's a free Pilates class. We've got Kelda, who was just on before, doing a gut health course at the moment with us, and we've got loads of other really exciting things coming. If you go through this again, you'll see on the slides, and other teachers, Tai Chi, Qigong, all sorts of holistic and alternative and natural things to support your health and well-being. So
come on, give us a go.
We're really excited and very proud with what we're offering, because we feel it's it's very timely that people really need to look after their health and well-being.
Yeah. So thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I just popped back on camera to say thank you so much to all the therapists and practitioners that we've had on today that have made a success of our online health and wellbeing event. I hope at home or on mobile, on the go, however you've been watching it, you've enjoyed our event today. Next year, we do hope to be back in Rosebank Gardens. So everyone keep your fingers crossed, but thank you so much again for watching.